evening to you. Are you in Western Australia or Eastern Australia?
Western Australia.
Western Australia.
Yeah.
So from the other side of the planet.
Yeah, I always feel like I'm opposite. Whenever I'm jumping into streets and saying good morning, everyone's like ready for a beer and enjoying themselves in the
Exactly.
time. I'm like, morning coffee.
You do have to be conscious of whose stream you're jumping into, because it's either yours or Tasman's, or like a handful of Australian builders that I've suddenly started following, or everybody in the UK that I'm following, where I'm like, okay, that's 6 hours, 5 hours. So, good evening to you. It's 2 p.m. for me, but whatever. Yeah. So yeah, it's a global thing.
Yeah, I think like with East Coast of the US and Central, I've sort of gone 12, 13 hours apart. So, we're like opposite sides of the world, really.
Right.
But with the Europeans, I'm still like, they're somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah, you just kind of have to gauge. Do you have sleepy eye? Are you ready for a beer? What's going on with you?
Yeah, is it afternoon tea time? Is it morning?
Yep. So I'm going to get started on this. Oh, I got to keep the mouse kind of close by. Yeah, this is going to be fun. So this is going to be the big mama jama today. I was actually thinking about this the other day, and I don't know that I'm going to be doing Macro Bricks. Hello.
Hi, Macro.
I know that the thumbnail says 8-hour mega stream, but I think after maybe about 4 hours, I might be done. I was telling everybody they're like, what are you doing on Sunday? I'm like, I'm streaming all day. And they're like, you're doing what? Don't you do for like an hour or two? I was like, yeah, but I'm doing a big set and I'm doing time lapse. And they're like, but that's 8 hours. That's a job. I'm like, yeah, I know. It sucks. All right, video.
Oh, and Michaela's here as well.
Hey, Michaela.
Morning, Snot.
I'm gonna do.
And Volta's here as well. Volta, I don't think I've met you before, but welcome.
All right, time lapse is started. Cool. Yeah. Good morning, people. Hello, Walter's another European. He's in Portugal, so he's
cool.
Hours behind us or ahead of us, whatever. Wait. What's the set? The set is the bus. That's what I'm doing. And then what do you got going on, Ruth?
And I'm still building my video boombox, because building it for 3 hours last night wasn't enough time. I got halfway.
Nice.
Was that because I was talking too much on my stream? I don't know.
I get that. I think there's a lot of bags in this, so I'm just going to put these on the floor. When Michaela and I were streaming together, they were getting on me for building too fast.
Oh.
They're like, hey, man, this is a thing where we talk. Why are you going too fast? And then it was a competition, because they had started 2 hours before I did.
Yeah.
And then I jumped into their stream and finished in 2 hours, because it was 4 bags. It wasn't that big of a set. I always assume it's like, a bag every 30 minutes is build time.
Yeah.
But Michaela was not having that. So when I got close to being done, they were like, and I totally beat them anyway. And it was glorious. But now I feel bad. All right, so we got wheels. I think Kodiak might join us a little later too. And anybody who wants to join, feel free to ask if you want to join up, and I'll just put a link in the chat, or I'll send you a link on Instagram or something. You can join our merry band, because I'm going to be at this for a while.
That's how I came to be here.
Yeah.
Ben put the invite out and I said, yes, please.
I'm not a speed builder. I'm just not so worried about the chat as much, but yet I'm still chatting. I think it's that theater part of my brain where I can talk without really thinking about it.
Probably, yeah.
There's whatever's coming out of my mouth isn't terribly important, so it's just going to happen.
Yeah. I think it depends. It really does depend on my energy levels. As to how much building I get done. And so some weeks it's really slow and it's just like, I don't know what's happening with my building this week. And other weeks it's just like, yeah, I can put this whole thing together. Let's do another set.
I don't think so. Macro, I don't think I'm going to get done in 8 hours. I don't think this stream's going to last 8 hours. I'm going to do my best to go for a while, but I think maybe after 4 hours, I might just be too tired. Because despite the fact that I'm basically sitting here doing nothing but building Lego, I am sitting in one spot for a long time. So we'll just have to play it by ear. The whole reason I thought about doing it all in one sitting is so I could have a nice time lapse of it.
Yeah.
So I'm not jiggling the camera around and all that. So it's one nice cut, but I'm not that professional. Hi, Brick Pasta. How are you? Good morning, Brad. Thank you for being here early. I know this is a little earlier than normal. So thanks for being here, y'all.
Yeah, it's nice to see Brad again. I don't know whether or not I've been on camera when Brad's been in the chat before.
Yeah. And Brad hasn't been on camera either, so you guys got something in common.
We'll have to get you on a live stream at some stage or another then, Brad.
Yeah. He might join.
And I've been trying to convince Pastor to come back and do live streaming again as well, because I miss Pastor's live stream.
All right. Oh my God, there's 2 sticker sheets. Oh, well, okay, so this is cool. This looks like the sticker sheet for the set. And this looks like the sticker sheet for fun later.
Ooh.
So I'm not really sure what this entails yet, but this just looks like a fun thing to have. So that's really cool.
That does look like a fun sticker sheet. Oh my gosh.
All right. The other thing that we're going to try to do is, and it's going to be hard with Brickstream or with Restream, is, good morning, Greg Dillian. How are you? I'm going to try to do, let me see if I can find it. So if you guys want, I'm going to do, I was going to try to do another contest. So during the day, if you come in and you've made a comment on Twitch, because I'm also on Twitch right now, as well as YouTube and Facebook, put a comment in on Twitch and I will put your name on this list. And getting toward the end of the stream, we'll do a countdown where we'll spin the wheel of whoever's been on here, remove everybody down to the last one, and the last one will win a set. And that set will be this guy. I got an extra of the Amelia Earhart still in the FedEx box, so brand new. And yeah, so jump over on Twitch and we'll do that too. So I'll try to keep an eye out for the Twitch icons as they come across. And back to sharing the camera. There we go. All right. So I do like the Restream Live a little bit more. Hey, Butt Chop. Oh, you talked about our appreciation. Oh, nice. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know why anybody would want to appreciate my weirdness, but thank you very much. All right. The time lapse. Go ahead.
There's a lot of weirdness in the Lego community, so we can appreciate
it's yeah, it's sort of built in, I think. You just, you know, yeah. That's a very cool picture with the painted up van. So this was the van my grandparents had. I thought when the first camper van came out, I was like, oh yeah, I got to get that because my grandparents had that one, the original one. And then this came out and I'm like, wait a minute, no, I think that's the one they had. And I just remember as a kid playing around in it a lot. So that's why I like these sets so much, because it reminds me of being a kid in my grandparents' van.
Yeah.
So it's super fun.
Yeah, when I was living in the UK, a friend of mine renovated a VW van and did such an amazing job. So
Yeah.
it was like the blue and the white on the outside, and then in the interior he put in like really nice bucket seats for the driver and the passenger seat. But then in the back it was just like he put in wooden floorboards, he had blinds, he had curtains.
Oh
he
yeah,
had a
like my
table.
grandparents' thing was like fully decked out like a romper room or something.
Yeah, fuzzy chairs and disco balls everywhere. It was fantastic.
That's super great.
And I was living in London at the time, and for his birthday, there was myself, his partner, one of his best mates, and myself drove down to Brighton for the day and ended up on the Brighton Pier on all the rides and everything. It's very good fun.
Thoughts on the Tumblr remake, asks Greg. So I have the original Tumblr still put together, and I don't know that there's enough reason to get a second one. So I saw that it came out, and I haven't looked at it too closely to see what the changes are. I've heard it's not that many changes. Like, it's still pretty similar to the original. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Ruth?
It's not something that I've followed closely, but I think that there's probably been enough time between the two sets that some of the people that didn't get the first one are going to appreciate the new one. But like you said, I don't know whether or not you've got the original one if you need to get the new one. You know what I mean? Like, I just sort of think, it might be more for the people that are newer to the Lego community or missed out the first time.
I think that's probably it. I think there was enough clamor for the people to want it again that they just redid it.
Yeah.
And since whatever the original year was that came out, I'm sure there's newer pieces that make better curves or better angles or something. So.
Yeah. See, Greg's saying that he doesn't have the original copy.
Yeah, so this would be good for you. And they also have like the minifig scale one, and then I think a smaller one. So yeah, this would be perfect. Yeah.
And I think that that's nice. Like, there's some things where I just sort of go, this seems to be coming out all the time.
Mm-hmm. Millennium Falcon.
Yeah. Cinderella's carriage. We get a new Cinderella carriage every other year, it feels like.
Yeah. So this is what's great about having you on right now, is because we are completely on the opposite sides of the purchase of the Lego purchasing.
Yeah.
I had no idea that there was multiple Cinderella castles. No idea. Yeah. Didn't even know there was a Cinderella castle.
Oh no, carriages.
Or carriages, yeah.
Sorry, that's my Australian accent.
No, I got you.
Yeah, but yeah, they come out all the time. Oh yeah, Pastor's saying X-Wings come out every year too.
Yeah, they do. X-Wings, Millennium Falcons. We've got 15 Slave Ones, 12 AT-ATs. It's all the hero vehicles. They all come out over and over again.
Macro saying, well then, please redo the cafe corner. I'll take those.
Right? All of us who missed out on the modules, the modulars. All right. So let's see. I have to do another window over here.
Yeah.
To see if anybody sends me a message on Instagram. Because my phone is being tied up right now. All right. Oh man, that's so great. I'm going to share my screen on this. This is why I'm not going to get done in 8 hours, because I'm going to be doing this the whole time. I wish I could just change the sharing of the screen. I just saw this on Instagram. It's a VW Microfighter AT-AT. That's the best thing ever. I love it so much. All right,
so
cool. These are all Restream bots coming in from. All right, stop sharing. Nope. Reshare. Window. camera. Cool. So I like the functionality that the Restream Live has. I think it's trying to be a lot like StreamYard.
Yeah.
So, because up until now I've been using OBS to do everything. It doesn't have all the fun bits in it. Hey, Michaela, coming on Twitch. I'm putting your name down on the wheel. You're the first one. Snot. Okay.
What is on the wheel?
You're on the wheel, Michaela.
The wheel of fun.
Wheel of morality. Turn, turn, turn. Anybody? Any Animaniacs fans in the house?
No, but I went with it.
Okay. There's a great bit where at the end of every episode they try to do this is the life lesson that you've learned from this show.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it's Yakko Warner, and he's got this deadpan delivery where he's just like, wheel of morality, turn, turn, turn. Tell us the lessons that we must learn. And then they have like an aphorism at the end of it.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. That build is NU. Yeah, it really is. Like right up all the alleys that I have. Yeah, it would make some nice clips for the stream. I wish I did more of that, but I just don't have the headspace to do clips and highlights, and there's a lot of promotional, self-promotion, channel maintenance stuff that goes along with streaming and video creation, and I just don't have the face and head for it. So if somebody else wants to, cool, but it's not me.
Yeah, I think it depends really, and I just sort of go, I'm just sort of happy to plod along and do my thing and all of that type of stuff. And you know, I think we just find our people eventually on YouTube as well.
Right, exactly. And I definitely went through a period of like the first group of people that I ran into doing this aren't the people that I kind of hang out with now. And next year there may be a new group of people, you know, because people drop in and out, new people will start up.
Yeah. There's quite a few people that I sort of met quite early on when I first started YouTube that either have had to take a break or aren't doing it anymore, or taking things a bit slower. There's still a few that I see around quite regularly, but nowhere near as to start with.
Right.
But then I also think to myself, then you just sort of end up meeting more people.
That's true. Yeah. It's not like you're replacing, you're just kind of cycling through and adding more. And
yeah, you just sort of like, I just sort of have to go, I can't watch everything that everyone does on my subscribe list anymore. So I just have to try and like share the love as evenly as possible, as frequently as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing's more first world streamer problems than when you log onto your YouTube account and there's like that first top row is all live streaming people and you're like, oh, I can't watch you all at the same time. I mean, I could. It's like 9 tabs of streaming happening and my internet connection goes, that's enough for today. You're done. That's true. Doc does recap for us when he does all that. Also, good morning, Most Marvelous Mox. How are you? Thanks for joining us on this whatever time we're going to do, however long we're going to go. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah. Lego building's always enjoyable though.
Yep. If I could just be paid to do it.
Oh my gosh, I know.
Can you imagine?
Ugh. That's the dream.
Yeah, I keep tagging Lego on all my designs, and I'm like, I'm right here, y'all. You don't have to do another Millennium Falcon build. I've got a bunch of ideas.
Here I am.
Right. I will move to Billund. We need to get out of Texas anyway. Because it is a shart show here.
Yeah, there's been some strange things happening in the world lately, to say the least.
Right? We live in interesting times. What would the community do without Doc? Indeed.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
They would not know what channels to tune into to see how they're doing. I like how he's also kind of coming out from behind the puppet a little bit and doing some other stuff. That's always kind of fun to see people do.
Yeah.
The pickle challenge or the snickle challenge that he did.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It was so much fun. He's like, well, it's not terrible, but it's terrible.
Oh dear.
I told Beth about that, and I was like, "Hey, we need to try a snickle." And she's like, "What?" I was like, "It's a big pickle you hollow out and put a Snickers bar in there." She's audibly gagged when I said that.
No. Where am I? I've gone astray somehow. I don't know what I've done.
That doesn't sound good. That is the one downside I have to building while streaming, is you're focused on having a conversation either with yourself or somebody else who's on with you.
Yeah.
And you realize you've missed like a whole page. Yeah. And you go, oh. And then not only do you feel bad about missing it, now you have people watching you going, hey, dummy, you missed the whole, and I'm like, oh. There's a record.
What am I doing with my life?
I've made so many bad decisions. A pickle dipped in syrup. Oh. Really? I'm trying to convince people that scrambled eggs in syrup is good. But that's because it is.
Okay, I think I figured it out, gang.
You caught back up?
I don't know. I don't feel like as much of an idiot, but I'm not entirely confident with my choice.
Are you mocking or are you doing a set?
I'm building from instructions, which makes it even more concerning. And I've already done one side, and it's just a mirror build on the other side, and I'm still going to use it.
So fun. I had Beth was on with me one time, and we were streaming together way back in the day, and I would get these little sets for her to do, and because she likes to talk, and when she talks with her hands.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of building going on, and I'm just sitting here going, So she invariably just looks at it like a step on the page and goes, I don't understand what they want me to do. I'm like, but it says right there. And she's like, but I don't know what that is. And I take for granted, I think sometimes, that being like a visual person and having done Lego my whole life, that not everybody gets that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think every now and again my brain just goes, I'm just going to have a time out.
Yeah, you're done for the day. How long? So I woke up this morning. I had done I finished out the design for the microfighter Normandy from Mass Effect, and was real proud of myself and posted it up all over the place and was like, yeah, let's do this. This is great. And woke up this morning and my friend Glenn messaged me on Discord. He's like, you misspelled Normandy? I'm like, what? All over Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. I forgot a D in Normandy. So it says Normandy. And I'm like, son of a, really? So I can't go back and fix Twitter because you can't edit those.
No, that's done.
So I had to go back and fix all the other ones. Oh, did you bring me your toy? I can't. Only throw, no take, says my dog. She brings it. She's like, play? I'm like, well, give it to me. She's like, nope. I'm going to run off.
No. Just wanted to let you know that I had it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm here. Thank you for noticing me. Oh, dog.
Well, I was watching Macro this morning, and it was so funny because a couple of times in the chat they kept on teasing him about the TIE fighter, and instead of it being tie, like a tie that you'd wear, bow tie that you'd wear, they were saying tie as in the country or the food.
Yeah.
Mark was like, did I spell it wrong? What did I do? I double check off screen. It's just like, no, you're fine. Cool.
That's funny.
The chat was being very, very cheeky in his stream, which was lots of good fun.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, and here I missed another step. When did it tell me to put those on? See, Lego, you're failing me.
The same time it was telling me to do weird things with hinges.
Yeah. Well, usually they will group their instructions, like do everything on this side and then do stuff over here. But this time they're like, put a bunch of stuff here and then these two pieces. So I didn't see those. No. Because I didn't look at the call out with the box that said you're using this one. And I was like, oh, man. I get it. I'm done. Instructions have improved a lot. You're right, Brick Pasta. When I was a kid, like 80s instructions. Yeah, 600 pieces, 12 steps. I did a stream a while back I was redoing an M-Tron set, but I was making it, I was like theme bending it. So it was M-Tron. It was the big Megacore magnetizer, so the big M-Tron set. But I was building it to look like a Futron set, which is way like niche nerdiness. I'm like, look, I have a blue canopy instead of a lime green canopy. I'm gonna do something weird with this. This is gonna be fun. And it's like it has a page and it has all the steps on the page, and there's like 5 steps, and there's no like call out for what pieces you're using, and there's no outlines for the pieces that are new. You just got to go spot the difference. This is new now.
Yep, exactly. But I think like it was quite funny because that came up on a stream recently as well, and it was just sort of like, but that I think meant that it took longer to build because half of it was deciphering the instructions. It was just like,
oh, it took me forever to do this.
Can I now break the Enigma code after
exactly instructions? Now that I've built this Lego set, I feel I can work for the clandestine services.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'm loving the eggs and ketchup comment as well.
Oh, God, my dad does that.
Being in Australia, we just put tomato sauce on just about everything. So it's
do
just
you?
Like, yeah, love it.
Love it.
It's a thing.
Well, you don't put salsa on everything? We put salsa on everything here.
Well, that's like fancy tomato sauce, really, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
So we will go with that, definitely. But you know, you have option.
Being in Texas, everything has salsa on it.
Yeah, I can see that.
What would you like on your salsa? Salsa.
Yeah. Michaela was on my stream last night and was pretty much saying the same.
Mm-hmm. Lego doesn't think like you, left to right. Yeah, I was telling Walter, when I'm doing instructions, I try to build from the bottom up and from the right to the left. Well, if you're kind of looking at it head on. So that's what his comment was like. They don't think like you do. I'm like, I know.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Shoot.
I like the fact that Pasta's saying if you missed the step, it probably isn't really needed. And then Macro's coming and going, as long as the model stays together, all stats aren't really required.
Yep. I don't do a lot of car repair, but I do enough to try to keep my little car running. And it's always freaky when you take your car apart and then you're like, okay, it's all back together. And you look and there's like 4 or 5 bolts left. And you're like, uh-oh. Especially if you're working, like if it's a door or something, I don't care. But if it's like your wheels, you're like, I think I need to go back and look at what's been done here.
Need to just... Oh, salsa on eggs, yes.
Have you all had migas? Do you know what migas are?
I don't know. You'll have to. Can you do it? Describe.
Oh yeah, for sure. So it's scrambled eggs mixed with salsa, but also served with black beans, and it's got tortilla strips kind of mixed in with it. So it's kind of like a hash or a frittata kind of thing. But it's it's so good.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, and I didn't know because I grew up in Colorado, so I didn't know what it was when I moved here. And I was like, oh, this is the best thing ever. This manna from heaven.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. Where in Australia, we do have quite a lot of like fusion cooking and international cooking and those sorts of things, but I don't think that we've got that much like authentic like Mexican food yet.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's, there's a lot of like Southeast Asian sort of influence we have a bit more so. And then sort of in the 50s and the 60s, we ended up with quite a lot of Italian and Greek immigrants coming out to Australia. So I think like our Italian coffees and like our pastas and pizzas and that sort of stuff is really cool. But yeah, for some reason, we're still finding our way with like tacos and that sort of thing. It's getting there.
Yeah.
We are getting there.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, there's Tex-Mex.
Yeah.
And then there's like actual Mexican food, which is not at all like Tex-Mex. I mean, it's similar, but I mean, for the most part, Tex-Mex is the same 4 ingredients, just assembled different. It's like a meat, a cheese, a vegetable, and a tortilla. That's, and some beans. Yeah.
But I think that kind of happens in a lot of places anyway. Like I know when I was in the UK, a lot of people like curry is like Indian curry is quite popular in the UK, especially after a big night out.
Yeah.
As part of a big night out. But then it was sort of like, it's kind of more like British curry or British Indian food in the same way that we would say it's Australian Chinese, like it's not authentic Chinese.
Right. So, that's what I'm going to do when I go down there to visit. Oh man, I could kill for some Australian Chinese.
Chinese, yeah. Because there's some random things that pop up quite frequently, I think, in Australian Chinese restaurants that a lot of my Chinese friends are like going, yeah, this is the only place that happens.
Yeah. This is weird, and I don't approve.
Yeah.
Oh, Walter likes your background more. My background, the problem with my background is I think she's got like a whole room, and I'm like 2 feet away from this. Like I need to pull back a little bit. And
but Ben's got a good setup with the 2 cameras and overhead views.
Oh yeah.
Music in the background and all sorts. And my lighting keeps on messing around and blowing things out loads, and I'm too bright, but it's okay for now.
It's a trade-off.
Yeah. But I used to stream on my dining room table, but then I would also film my videos on my dining room table, plus try and eat on my dining room table, and it was a lot.
I think you need to stop calling it a dining room table at that point.
No, it wasn't. It was a Lego table. Like, that's what was happening most often on the dining room table, was just Lego stuff.
Yeah.
But then I sort of rearranged a few things in this, like in the study, which is this room. But basically put my desk in the middle of the room. And I've got my webcam propped up on one cover, filming my bookcases behind me. And then what nobody sees is all the piles of boxes and Lego underneath the camera.
Yeah.
And all the stuff over here on this wall and over there by the door.
And it's weird because people will say, like, occasionally, hey, do a tour of your room. It's like, what you guys see is the good part. Why would you want to see the mess?
Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
Just so everybody else feels better about their messy Lego room.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, you're a slob too. Cool.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got a giant for whatever reason I keep the ideas boxes. I don't keep any other boxes, but the ideas set, I have a stack of boxes for no reason. Just
Yep. No, I've got them as well. I've got my Flintstones box over there. I've got the Steamboat Willie down here. Winnie the Pooh over here.
Yep.
Michael's joined us from Facebook. My name's
hey, that's my dad. Hi, Dad.
Oh, is it? Oh. Hi,
this
Dad.
is Dad. This is Ruth. Ruth, this is my dad, Mike.
Mike.
Yeah, he'll be on for a little bit, I'm sure.
Cool.
We're doing a VW bus, Dad, the camper van. Well, I am, and then she's doing a video bit.
Yep.
What's your build? It's a stage.
It's called the boom box.
The boom box. That's right. Yeah.
With all the, can you see that? There we go.
Yep.
But
that's very cool.
With all the video themed builds, is that they're one thing that is sort of a stage as well. So I built the pirate ship a couple of weeks ago, which is also like a really cool video theme.
Oh, let me hang on. Boop. Nope. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Cool.
I hadn't seen that one.
Yeah, this is awesome. I think that this is my favorite video set. And then you've got like the speaker bits that spin round. These bits sort of open out. This spins around at the top as well.
That's
so
that's
like
cool.
A skull to a shark.
Yeah. That's neat.
Yeah, it is. It's really cool. Like I just sort of go, it's a really nice build.
Yeah, it looked like it was fun too with all the curved tiles and everything.
Yeah. It was like, it was fun building as well. I think I've been kind of enjoying doing the video builds because the build techniques in these sets are a little bit different to what I'm used to, and it's kind of nice to change things up every now and again, I think.
Yeah.
Build something a bit out of our comfort zone.
Exactly. Like I need to go get some old Elves sets or some Friends sets.
Yeah.
Build something other than Star Wars.
Yeah, the Elves stuff is really good fun.
Yeah,
like,
the Elves dragons looked great.
Oh, yeah, I love them. Yeah, Elves is my all-time favourite theme though, so that's sort of part of it too. And then even like when I first got my Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh.
This is the older one. This isn't the new one. So this is the older one.
Oh, is that the Moana?
The Benatar. I think this is the Benatar, isn't it? The orange one's the Benatar.
Right.
This was the first time that I ever built a spaceship, and I absolutely loved it.
Nice.
It was so fun because I was just like, this is so cool, and it's orange, and it's awesome, and it flies.
Yeah.
And it does all these awesome things.
Yeah, even when I get little city sets, like I did the big hamburger monster truck with the big wheels. And I don't know why I got it, but I'm like, yeah, that looks fun. And it was super fun to build. And the character who's inside it's like this little steampunk dude with like a cool jacket. And I'm like, oh, this figure is great.
Yeah. It's so much fun. I'm actually in Perth in Western Australia, Mike.
Yeah. She's on the other side of the planet. There's very few people who are on the stream with me, Dad, sometimes that are actually in Austin. But I do know Emmasaurus is in Austin. Josh Build Stuff is like 5 minutes away from me up the street. So I do know some people, but there are people that are on the other side of the planet.
there's quite a few Texans that I've sort of started to encounter my travels, which is kind of cool, because I think that like Texas and Australia have it's like a similar vibe.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, friendly, laid back, like food, like chatting to people, happy to have a bit of a yarn and all of those sorts of things. But then very conservative in a lot of other areas. Quite strange.
It's very like, soft spoken, but also gun-toting.
Yep.
Very welcoming to your house, but also very conservative in their like religious or financial beliefs or something like that. So yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah. Because I've never met a Texan that I haven't liked, or someone that lives in Texas that I haven't enjoyed having a chat to.
Right.
So I think that there's a lot of those sorts of similarities. The wide open spaces. The sort of city centres, but with like lots of like farming, agriculture, sort of hard-working stuff going on.
Right. Yep. Very much so.
Yeah.
Not that, because I would love to brag about this, but I'm sure between like Perth and Canberra or Sydney, it's like thousands of miles or hundreds of miles or something like that. There's a sign that I always giggle at because we would go to New Orleans a lot, which is right next door. But it's still several hours drive. Yeah. But when you're coming back into Texas, there's a sign right as you get into, I think it's Orange, Texas, that's right on the border. And it says El Paso, which is on the other side of the state. And it says 853 miles. And you're like, you're just doing that to flex. Why do I care that El Paso is that far away,
Yeah. But quite often that's what we do as well here in Australia. Yeah. So it's sort of like when I'm driving up to visit my mum's place, because she lives like on a farm outside of Perth, not too far away, and it's not a huge farm either. Yeah. But on the way, there's like one road that's sort of like going, you can get to this place, or you can go to Gelton, which is like 4.5 hours. Or you can go to Karratha, which is like 3 days away.
Jeez.
And then when I go up the hill to Mum's place, it's just like, you can go to 2J, which is like 2 hours away. Or you can go to the Goldfields, which is 8 hours away. It's like, why? Yeah. Thanks.
I think that's also an indication of, look, fuel up now.
Yeah.
Get your water, get your snacks. There's not going to be anything between here and there.
Sort your life out.
Right.
Make wise decisions.
Well, my guess is if you're in the middle of nowhere driving for 8 hours, there's a reason.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Or you have family. I don't know.
Yeah. You go somewhere with a purpose. Like, it's not just, let's just go on a road trip. Like, you're sort of like, I've got stuff to do.
Yeah. These are new pieces. Where did they go? These are great. I was just commenting the other day about how these are really great pieces. These are going to be great for microfighters, because now I can make really skinny microfighters with wings on the sides that aren't really, really wide, because that's my problem.
Yeah. Well, even when I was watching your design stream the other day, that was trying to get the shape right with the limited size.
Yeah. It's ironically easier to do that with large ships, so like big Star Destroyer type ships, than it is for smaller X-Wing type ships. Because you can kind of get away with it being, well, that's just a shape. And you don't have to worry too much about detail because it's only, that big. But an X-Wing, you're like, well, there are more details that you can see even at that size. So you got to be real careful about that. And it becomes frustrating. But I wouldn't trade it.
yeah, I just like, I mean, again, I just sort of think that it's really cool to sort of watch people build different things and figure out how they think about building and Lego and all of those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like building a micro scale spaceship is not something that's in my wheelhouse at all. But I was completely like sucked in watching your stream. Like I was just like, oh my gosh, this is really interesting. And
oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's bent down. Okay. The good part of all of that too is that there are an endless number of Star Wars ships, so I could do that forever.
Yeah.
And a built-in content security.
Yeah, I was very impressed by your typed up list.
Yeah.
Just like, oh my gosh. And then Kevin from iBoyd Toys was talking about flowcharts the other day, and I was just like, I just have weird scraps of paper with bits of stuff written on them that I then lose and forget about.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to step up my game a bit.
Well, I had because I've done so many of them, I've also got a spreadsheet that I need to go back and update, but it also has columns for, okay, this is the thing that you did, and it's listed if I just have the idea to do it. But then if I put an X in a column if it's been designed, and then if it's been built, and then if it's not built but I need the pieces for, or if I need a custom minifigure for, or if I've made instructions for, and if I've posted it on social media. So it's got all these qualifying things, and I kind of gave up after a while because it was pretty daunting. I'm like, why am I doing this? Why aren't I just like building more or something? I've got this weird, bookkeeping that I got to keep up with. Ooh, teal or baby blue. Maersk blue? Is that Maersk blue? That's a nice color for that.
Light as you are?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what the Lego color is. Is it just light blue?
Medium as you are? Is
that
what it is? Is it? Let's see.
I don't run into it too often in my gray spaceship world.
I think it's the same. We've got different cameras. I think it's
similar.
Medium as you are.
Yeah. It's a nice color.
Yeah. Macros.
Austin, Texas?
Australia?
Yeah, Australia and Texas. I mean, we can stretch it. Okay, where does that go? Right, ciao. There are so many design bits when I'm building stuff that I want to be able to go find the guy, girl, team that came up with certain decisions on the model and be like, why did you do that? Why did you include 2 of these pieces instead of 1? What is this little bracket doing?
Right. It would be really interesting to have more information about the designers of sets and things like that, because that sort of comes in with some of the ideas sets and some of the more unique sets. But I'm just sort of like going, I'd be really curious to find out whether or not designers change in the Friends theme at a certain point where I saw the designs change, or if they got a different graphic designer in where I saw the stickers sort of change and improve, or what happened behind the scenes with that kind of stuff. I think that would really be so interesting to access a bit more of that information and celebrate the designers that we like.
Yeah.
I even think that it's interesting, like every now and again when I find out and I hear that, a designer started off working on elves and is now moved over and is working on, you know, something completely different architecture, and you're just sort of like going, wow, cool, but how did that happen? Like,
yeah.
Like, what was the process with that?
Is it literally just like a job where you just do it and then they go, sorry, you've been transferred, and you don't have a control over it, or, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm missing a whole bag or something.
Yeah?
Oh, no, there it is, right in front of me. Derp, derp, derp. Kodiak just messaged me. He should be joining us soon as well.
Oh.
Again, if anybody would like to join us, feel free to let me know, and I can send you a link. I can have up to 10 people. But you got to have your camera on. You got to be building something. That's all. That's the only rule. No, I'm kidding. You can do whatever you want.
Here we go. I've gotten a bit further. It's looking bright.
Oh, nice.
And then this bit also spins as well. So we've got like 4 different little faces.
Oh, nice. It's a Quintesson from Transformers.
Yeah.
I love the tile built musical note in the middle.
Yeah.
That's so very cool. It's cool that it's flush too.
Yeah, and then this is kind of cool as well because these parts actually spin round. So the coral bits on the outside actually can spin, which is really cool.
Yeah.
So we've got like the little 1x2 round jumper in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
One of those parts. So grey on the back with the coral on the front, and then we've got one of those like little wheel hubcaps.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then you just stick it all together. Boom. So really cool build. I really liked that little technique. I thought that was awesome.
That is very slick. Everybody hydrate.
Yes.
Double check my camera. Still rocking. All right.
Oh, yay.
I did the only other time lapse I did was the UCS A-Wing, and that was it wasn't frustrating, but I had to do it in like 12 different segments, and just had to like stitch it all together. And I was like, well, this looks weird because I'm wearing a different shirt every time.
Yeah. I've done a few like time lapses and speed builds and those sorts of things, but not very many. And I think it's a little bit different with the friend stuff and the things that I usually build because they don't take super long.
Right. Yeah.
But there's been a few times where I've gone, this isn't making much sense, or I've got to go back in and take a few more detailed photos, or you know, move my camera from like the wide angle into a bit more of a closer.
Yeah.
I think that there's been in 1 or 2 videos where it's just been like, yeah, I changed out of my on-camera clothes into like into my casual clothes, and it's just like, yeah, I've got different sleeves on there.
Yep. I wonder if I should do that. Have like camera clothes where I'm always wearing the same, because I try to do a Lego shirt.
Yeah.
I've got one of our lug mates, Will Heron, does he sells T-shirts. He does screen printing, and his company, that's what he does for a living. And so at every one of our conventions, he has a bunch of, and they're not officially Lego shirts because they can't be official Lego shirts.
No, of course not.
But they are like brick face shirts or whatever we unofficially call them.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Kodiak. So so I've got a bunch of his that are like, there's a little minifig stormtrooper, or the smiley face one. We had a dumpster fire, Lego built dumpster fire shirt for one of the conventions, and they're all really great. Oh. Welcome, Kodiak.
Howdy.
Hey,
How are
hey,
you?
So funny story about time zones.
Oh yeah.
You're like, yeah, I'm going live at 8. I'm like, 8? Sick. I can be awake by then. That's a thing I
No.
can do. That is a thing I can totally do. I do that almost every day. Well, my alarm goes off. It's like, 7:30. So I roll up, I look at my phone, and it's like, Ben's Brick Designs has been live. Notification 30 minutes ago. I'm like, right.
Yeah.
That thing.
That was today. Well, I didn't expect you because I knew you're an hour behind. So I was like, whenever you wake up, it's Sunday, it's whatever.
See, I forgot I was an hour behind.
Oh.
Anyway.
So whereabouts are you, Kodiak? Are you on the East Coast or more in the middle?
So I'm actually closer to the West Coast, but I'm more in the Rocky Mountains, to be more specific.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm just an hour behind Ben.
Yep. Yeah. It's sort of similar in Australia where like each state sort of has a different time zone.
Right.
So big. I think we've got 3 or 4 time zones, I think. Depending on daylight saving.
What part of Australia are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
Western Australia, so Perth on the West Coast, yeah. So it's 10 p.m.
It's late.
Okay.
Yeah. I usually do Lego building in the evenings though, so this is
Nice and perfect for you.
yeah, it's good time.
Delightful.
Yeah, I started doing because I did have a Sunday. I was trying to like come up with stream schedules. So I was like, well, Thursday night seems to be good based off research. But then I was doing Sunday or Saturday night or something, and like a couple of people like Cy O'Connor was like, I'd love to watch what you're doing, but it's 2 a.m. and I'm like, oh, that's true. So I was like, what about Sunday morning? He's like, that'd be great. It's like 3 p.m. here by that point. I'm like, okay, cool.
There you go.
And guess who's never showed up to a Sunday stream?
Well, you win some, you lose some.
It's fine. It's an excuse to kind of get up and do something that's not yard work or cleaning the house.
Yeah. Well, I think quite often I miss a lot of the UK streams. Like, it's very, very difficult for me to catch up with, like, London Bridge Bricks or so on because they are streaming at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for me. Yeah. So.
Yeah, their streams are always like in the middle of work for me too, because I'd like to be on with them and hang out and stuff, but I'm like, it's 2 p.m. here.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Alexa. Reminder for Beth to take her vitamins, and whatever. Oh, turn it around. Gotta turn it around.
So what are you up to, Kodiak?
So I had a couple choices this morning.
Yeah.
One was I recently reinstalled Saints Row 3. But I thought about that for like 10 seconds and went, maybe I shouldn't live stream that one.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Imagine just like how to put it? It's just a very raunchy video game. Like, it's funny, but it's not stream friendly, so to say.
Okay.
So otherwise, I brewed up some coffee, and I think I'm just gonna kind of let the creative juices flow and see where that takes us.
Brilliant.
Oh.
Can you imagine an 8-hour studio stream? I would get so much done.
All right. And there we go.
I get 47 microfighters finished. I missed another step somewhere. Oh, yep, sure did.
Oops.
So yeah, other than the Tumblr, what's out right now? I don't think the beginning of the month had a whole lot of new, like a ton of new stuff. I think some smaller sets came out.
Yeah, I think it seems to be a lot of excitement about the Marvel CMFs. The Tumblr seems to be generating a bit of conversation, and then the Advent calendars is the other thing that I've heard a few people talk about.
I need to get my hands on one of those because I missed out last year.
Yeah.
So for the uninitiated, I assume we're not referring to Tumblr as in the former Hell site.
No, or a glass to hold ice and liquor.
Ah.
Or
it could be
a metal container. It's the Batman, the redo Batman.
Oh, right. His like truck thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was my motion. The Tumblr. That's obviously what Batman did in the movie.
Yep.
That thing, you know.
and you communicated it across. Message received.
Yeah.
Was it his car?
Sort of.
Yes.
Yeah, that thing. Car, truck,
motorcycle.
Well, it was a military vehicle.
Sort of jumped as well, didn't it? Launched,
yeah.
Itself.
If I remember Morgan Freeman's buttery voice, it was something to the effect of like a vehicle intended to be used for recon, but then later was given like a military application. Oh, pardon me, military application.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, what were they reconning if that thing was available?
Not as someone who's done recon, but as someone who's been around people who've done recon, that vehicle would do it.
Yeah. Just kind of sort of the same way as kicking in the door would be, finding out what's in that room.
Yeah.
We're looking for stuff. Yes, sir. Jesus, here. Here's all the
stuff. I'll do whatever you want. Just go away.
Stop kicking in my door.
Home Depot hates me for the number of hinges I have to buy every week.
Right. Speaking of Home Depot, and this is stream of consciousness thought, but because Home Depot, welcome back, Brad. Home Depot is lesbian church. If you are not aware,
all right then. I'm here for it.
Yeah. So my kids' moms go to Home Depot, and that's church, right? And they so the idea of where did the stream of consciousness go? Home Depot, church, lesbians. The kids, and I'm going to do a stream with the whole family coming up in a couple weeks.
Okay.
I got them the Everyone is Awesome set at the beginning of June, and then I got them because they're big into the kid's stepmom is Mexican, and so I got her the La Katrina doll, and then both of them like owls, so I got the Halloween owl set for them. But they haven't put any of these together. They just kind of sit, which is fine because they're not Lego people like I am, and I'm constantly giving people Lego gifts despite the fact that they may or may not put them together, So they're like, we should just bring over the sets that we haven't put together and just build them on your stream. And I'm like, that's okay. That's a great idea.
Good.
So in a couple weeks, I'm gonna have to figure out how to like move the camera back a little bit and have like a wider shot. Mm-hmm. This is gonna be a problem.
Yeah, I just went a bit rogue again as well, so I've had to do a mini rebuild.
You had to go back a few?
Had to go back a few. pull a few parts out that I'd mistaken for different bits.
Oh no. Yeah, I had this
In
thing.
there.
I had this thing was twisted with this thing, so they were facing different directions, and I'm like, well, that's great.
It's not exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah, that was me
Right.
just then.
Guess
It's
what
like,
I was. Dad, it is just after 10 in Western Australia.
Yeah.
I can tell because I've got my CIA clocks lining the wall over here that tell me what time it is in all the major capitals.
Mm.
where everyone is.
Right. And don't ask me for any other ones because I can't tell you. And I don't really have those clocks. What's that?
Pastor's just said my last comment didn't get through on Restream. Oh
no.
Oh, yeah.
It sure didn't. The bot is not 100%. Stupid bot. Stupid robots.
How dare they?
As someone that works around machines all day, all I have to say is that the quote-unquote robot uprising is probably a century or two out.
Yeah, it's a ways off. Yeah, after watching my Roomba struggle with a rubber band, I don't think we have really anything to worry about.
Oh dear.
Mm.
Although
I don't understand. It was garbage on the floor. I tried to pick it up, but now I can't get away from this leg of the chair. Oh, you poor dumb robot.
I've been in that situation though.
Mm-hmm. Personally, did it happen to you personally? Help! I'm stuck on a chair.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, the recent videos of like the MIT, the Atlas robots, whatever they're doing all the parkour and they're doing the dancing.
Oh yeah, Boston Dynamics.
The Boston Dynamics, yeah. Those are great, and everyone's freaking out. And then you see them put out the video that's like, yeah, you think it's great, but let's show you the behind the scenes footage because this took like 100 takes. Because like every third time they try to jump over something, a pneumatic gives out and they collapse. You know, like don't worry about them taking your jobs, man. You're fine.
It's okay.
That's disappointing. I was looking forward to a robot uprising.
I am too. The concept as a writer, it's such a neat concept that you do any amount of homework into it, and it's just like, oh, like. Robots barely function when they do.
Right. In their current state.
But then I look at my half-drank cup of coffee and I'm like, mood.
Yep, exactly. Why? Oh, okay. Well, that's why they give you this. There we go. Yeah, I'm glad the time lapse is only taking pictures every 30 seconds because I'm making so many mistakes. Looks like a flawless build.
Not mistakes. It's just that's part of the rebuilding process.
Right. It's your build style.
Yeah.
That's what I heard when I was doing comic book art. They're like, it's not mistakes. It's your own personal style. I'm like, my own personal style can't draw forearms. That's my own personal style. Save my GD life.
The classic saying, we'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post. When you're a comic book artist, there is no post. You are post.
You are the post.
You are pre and post. I'll have the inker sorted out.
Pastors coming in going, one of the comments on their videos was, can't wait to be chased.
Yeah, I can't wait to be like the prey in some robot thing.
Yeah. I might even have a chance of getting away if they're that bad.
Right. Yeah, if all I have to do is outrun the stability of a pneumatic cylinder, then I might be okay. I say that, and I've got bad knees. So, I mean, I've got organic bad cylinders.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember what, I think it might have been CNN, but it was back when I used to read articles and follow the news and whatnot. You know, don't quote me on any of this. It's purely anecdotal, but I remember reading some article to the effect of like, you know, the Predator drones that the military uses, like at what point are they gonna like get out of hand and start doing things autonomously, you know, and stop following orders. And the vibe I got was just, do they think that the drones are like already autonomous? Like there's not just some dude in an office chair with like a controller
Right.
flying this thing? Because there's
a marked difference between remote control and autonomy.
Yeah.
I mean, like by orders of magnitude.
Like I get where this author is coming from, but there may be a bit of fear mongering going on here. Methinks.
Just a little. Are you a big Asimov fan? Of robots and writers and stuff?
I've looked a little bit into his stuff. Yeah, when it comes to specific robotics, I was trying to think of other. Yeah, I haven't really delved too much into it. I have my own idea for my own, I guess, robot-based dystopia. But I have yet to sit down and commit any of it to paper.
Cool.
Otherwise, I follow like NASA and other robotic-based sources for info and
to get you the science.
Yeah, Boston Dynamics, etc.
Yeah.
What's his name? Why am I forgetting his name? Randall Monroe. I followed him for a long time.
Oh yeah, he's kind of the GOAT. So when I was doing those robot drawings that I did a couple weeks ago, and I was doing those primarily and not just as a dodge, like it was like the thinking was, maybe I should kind of go pro with this artist thing again. I'll try it again. I actually got approached by some actual robot builders.
Okay.
They were like, yeah, this is great. Could you do like one of us with this certain thing? And could you do a picture of this robot that we built? And I'm like, wow, really?
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. That was like and I was like, this could be a whole new world for me. And I'm going to have Boston Dynamics and MIT and all this kind of stuff, JPL show up. And then nothing happened after that. I'm like, oh, sad face.
Oh, wow. Lex Friedman says Brick Pasta in the chat, and I'll check him out.
He talks about autonomy and his Lex Friedman. He actually worked for. Cool. Oh, he's got a podcast. Brilliant. I like me some podcasts. Oh, so we're going to be on, speaking of podcasts, not right after this, but tonight we're recording with a podcast group that is kind of our sister podcast. They are reviewing the same show we are.
Oh, it's sorry, not to interrupt you. Go on.
It's the podcast is still not ready, and
that's right.
They're doing the same show we are. They're about 6 episodes ahead, so we're gonna jump in, and it should be out in a couple weeks. So look up "Still Not Ready" podcast, and we'll be on there with them.
Oh,
and that's nice. All. Yeah. I can't nail Beth down to do our own recording, but we'll do theirs.
I guess I should.
Oh, goodness.
Sorry, everyone. Ignore the clutter that is my entire documents thing.
It's fine. It's on a smaller screen. Ooh, this is going to be... That's interesting. Boop, 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 boop.
Oh.
We're all like muttering to ourselves in build mode. We're just like,
I just keep going. Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. That's my build technique tonight.
2 steps forward, 1 step back. I've done that doing some design stuff where I'm just staring at a screen and I've looked at the same like 3 pieces 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, one of these is going to work. And then after a while, I'm like, you know what? It's late. I think my brain has given up.
Yeah.
For anyone wondering what the writing process is like, see above.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kidding? What's up?
Oh, dude, you're the video of you guys with the 0G.
Oh yeah, Intruder. That was
that was funny.
So much fun because I recorded that and just sort of set it aside. We did that like 2 months ago, I want to say.
Yeah.
If anyone wonders what my video output looks like, it's that. Yeah. But as I was sitting down with it, I forgot how funny that whole afternoon was.
Yeah. Do I have your YouTube? I don't think I have your YouTube.
Yeah, you don't gotta plug me, man. But I appreciate the vote of confidence anyway.
You should go find it because it's just so much fun. They took the gravity out of it's just a shooter game, and they took the gravity out. So every time they jump or throw something, it goes forever, or they just drift forever.
Well, so one of the not to interrupt.
Ragdoll physics too. So they're just kind of twisting through the air like these weightless ballerinas, and they put Wagner behind it or something. So there's just music in the background. I was audibly cackling.
Yeah. So one of the mechanics of the base game is that you can kind of like play dead. There's a dedicated play dead button.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, you can like jump and play dead and kind of like fall into an area. The idea being that people come through and like check the bodies and then move on. And then you hop up and shoot them in the back.
Nice.
It works precisely never, but
because everybody knows the mechanics, so they just come up and
well, yeah, like ammunition costs nothing, so they just put rounds in you anyway.
Right.
But skipping entirely past that, yeah, when they removed the gravity, we found that also included the that included the ragdoll physics. So if you jumped and went ragdoll, you would just sail off into the horizon.
Yeah. And the ceiling for the game was weirdly low. Like you break through that like pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so much fun.
No, I had a lot of fun putting that together. I think is ultimately what I'm trying to get at.
And that game was Intruder?
Intruder, yeah.
Okay.
So sort of a team-based espionage tactical shooter is what it is on paper, but we all know it is the silly ragdoll game.
Well, I think my speed is going pretty well, but I think I'm a little behind. I'm about 5 minutes behind. For those keeping
That's
track.
Okay. Yeah. We've been distracting me.
Well, and yeah.
I always seem to build slower when I've got guests on. Which is cool, because it's nice to have people on to chat to, but it does sort of...
Right, yeah,
sure. And everything, doesn't it?
Because you want to be engaging. Which is why I also have music in the background for those moments when we're not engaging.
As for the music I put in that video, it's actually just the credit song from Ace Combat 7?
It sounded really familiar.
And I actually, when I did my little playthrough, again, not to plug my content.
No, do it.
When when I did my playthrough and everything, I actually removed it because it was I don't know. It was French and it didn't really fit at the end, especially with the conclusion I had kind of thrown in there.
Right.
So I pulled one of the slower build songs from Ace Combat 6 and threw that in as the credit music. But then I was thinking on it, and I felt bad, I guess, to put it into words. So then I took that credit music and I used it for the Intruder video because I knew with just how funny that was, the music would fit.
Yeah, it was perfect. So what are you working on studio right now?
I'm just kind of letting the creative juices flow. Yeah, I saw this specific snot technique. I'm
going to highlight you so we can see what...
Yeah, no worries. So basically, you take these, what are they? The like bricks with 4 pins on each side, or the studs on each side.
Mm-hmm.
Do a spacer with the circle to push it out, and then you use these like shield tiles, and you sort of angle the ones in the middle to a 45-degree pitch, and then what you end up with is just sort of this structural looking carved tile pillar, and it looks really neat. And I saw the sort of build suggestion come up on on like my Instagram. I was like, that's cool. I don't think I'm ever going to use that for anything, but that's cool. So yeah, just trying it out here, and then just letting the creative juices flow. Because the other option, as far as quote unquote content, was I was like, I could get some writing done today, and then I thought about that for 10 seconds. It was like,
that's part of the process of writing, is thinking about things.
Yes, and realizing that it's fun to read things. It is not fun to watch someone write something.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
This is true. It's like having somebody tell you about their dreams. Nobody cares. Dreams as in the thing you dreamt overnight, not as in your aspirations for life.
I would have taken it either way. Both are fun.
I think I finished my boombox.
Yay!
Which
Turn
is
it up.
cool
Oh no.
and kind of sturdy.
Yeah. Wow, that's swooshable.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. And then we get to like open it up. Am I back far enough? So you can click over the top.
Does it store the figures? Is that why it opens up?
I think so, yeah. And then we can open out the side.
Oh, that's great.
And then these bits spin round. Whoop, whoop. These bits spin round. Whoop, whoop.
That's got a lot of playability. That's pretty cool.
And then we turn it around here. Oops. That just sticks into my... And these bits open up.
Oh, that's a lot of fun.
Nice.
Yeah. It's cool.
Nice big solid colors and...
Yep. And then, like I said, this thing also spins around as well at the front. But then when you shut it up, which I haven't done properly now, the little window in the front shows the little face. So whatever face is spinning around, you can see it in the back. I don't know. I like it.
Very pretty.
Rad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I probably won't keep it built for very long, but it's so cute. I don't have enough room for everything to be built forever. But it's cute. I like it.
So when you're done building, how long typically until you tear it apart?
It depends on if I can mock it or if there's somewhere to put it.
Okay.
So at the moment, in these bookcases, most of them have elves displays in them, and some of them are completely finished with like extra plants and terrain and all of those sorts of things, like this one. Whereas others, this one down here, is just the sets placed on the shelf and still needs all the other stuff to go around it. So over on this shelf, I do have my video, some of the video stuff over here for now, but that's actually because the elves display is going in this shelf on my dining room table. Because that's the one that's getting built at this point in time. So
yeah.
Once that's finished, then that will go back into place and all of that will come out. Things like...
I've noticed that there's a lot of books back there taking up valuable Lego space.
Yeah, I did do a book clean out recently that has given me one extra shelf.
Yeah. Woo!
And then, for example, like with my Arundel Castle mock, which I've sort of been working on, this is 2 of the Arundel Castles sort of combined into one with a whole heap of extra parts added to it. So both the Arundel Castles sort of remained built for a while. But some of my other mocks I've broken down. Most of the sets that I don't have built, I just put into Ziploc bags and label the bag and then put it in a box.
Like a big tub or something.
Yeah. Over here I've got a wardrobe, and on the top shelf of that I've sort of got like smaller size boxes that you get in offices with photocopy paper.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys have that in the States, but it's sort of that size. So there's, I can fit 3 of those up, 4 across. So that's got a lot of stuff. And then I've got a few tubs in here and a few tubs in the spare room. But I do need to get more tubs because there's also just piles of Ziploc bags and tubs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it just sort of depends as to where I did it. I did break down almost all of my Marvel sets, but I just couldn't sort of break them down. I was just like, that just has to sit there next to me forever because that's my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some that I keep for like stupid reasons for a really long time.
Yeah.
No reason. It's just like, no, I like the way that looks.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing, like Winnie the Pooh's back here as well, but I just sort of go, Winnie the Pooh.
I'm going to keep that one for a while.
Yeah. That just brings me so much joy. I love it. It just makes me smile and happy whenever I look at Winnie the Pooh. In the same way that with this room here is that it's sort of in between the lounge, dining, kitchen area and the front door. So this is the room that I probably walk backwards and forwards past the most. And it's nice whenever I walk past this room because I just get to see my Lego sets in my bookshelves, and I'm just like, this is just lovely to look at. It just makes me happy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't make you happy, what's the point? Why are we doing it?
Yeah. Which is where I was just like going, yeah, I can live without these books. Add in an extra Lego shelf.
I already read these books. They no longer bring me joy.
Yeah. I think one of them that I got rid of was Wuthering Heights, and I was like, that was a very intense book about a lot of very morbid things. I don't think that I can read that one day.
Yeah. Not now, anyway.
Oh, no. That's a lot. It's like, I like my Jane Austen books, but I was just like, that one was obviously not Jane Austen at all and was a lot more depressing. Morbid.
Yeah. I'm a big believer of read it and then give it away. Like if somebody wants it or you think somebody would enjoy reading it, just give the book away.
Totally.
Because I like having books and I love reading, and I'm going to stick to reading actual books instead of like tablets or e-readers or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I also, having a giant library scares me because it looks like not work, but I mean, look at all the stuff I haven't read yet. That would be the only reason to have a big library is these are the things I got, but I haven't read yet. So,
Brad, the only books I keep around is my Star Wars books.
I'm going to agree with that because that's mostly reference material. I understand that.
Yeah.
Brad, are you reading the High Republic stuff? The new stuff that's coming out? And if so, what do you think? the new stuff that's come out like the last 6 months.
Oh, and Connor's popped in as well.
Yeah, hi, Connor.
See there.
Yeah, I waved at him, but I didn't want to interrupt anybody.
Oh yeah.
I did the Sai O'Connor where I was just like, hello.
That's the thing, isn't it? When someone's mid ramble, you just sort of go, "Oh."
Yeah, you just do whatever. The Vader comics. See, that's the one thing I never really got into was the comic part of Star Wars, which is weird because I like all the lore associated with the universe, but monthly comics I gave up a while ago because it was just expensive. And so I pick up Lego instead. That makes a lot of sense. The Saber comics. You know what's more impressive than this $250,000 car? All these bookshelves that are full of books. That was a good ad. Oh, this is a squirrely little piece to try to keep together.
Glance over at my bookshelf right now. I've got 2 Tom Clancy books that I've yet to read. My book's on there for some reason, and then I've got
my book is on there.
Yeah, for some reason. Then I've got How To with Randall Monroe.
Yeah.
That one. That's probably my favorite book that I own right now.
He has a second one because I have What If.
He has 3 actually.
Oh, okay.
There's What If, then there's Thing Explainer, where he challenged himself to use like the 500 or some odd most common words to explain how things work.
Interesting.
And he actually wrote like a prompt for a website that will if you write something, it will highlight a word in red if it's not among the most common used. So you have to use that to try and explain something.
What's the app that does that now? Rightly?
I think so.
Something that's like, hey, your grammar is a little flowery. It's over explaining something. Maybe you should trim this up. And hey, you don't know what a semicolon is. Stop trying to use it. There's an app that does that. I hear them like
Grammarly?
Grammarly, that's it.
Grammarly?
Yeah.
Is that the one? Yeah. Couldn't. When I was doing my postgrad at uni, the lecturers kept on saying to the class, get Grammarly so that you know. I can't figure out how to install Grammarly, let alone.
Yeah. Yeah. We're all English majors and stuff here. Don't ask us to install something.
Yeah.
Everybody's running over to the computer science building. Help.
Yeah.
Okay, did I miss any steps there? No? Good. Comics read. Yeah, see, I was thinking about getting that, Brad, the Marvel app, or the Comixology or Comics IX app, I think is another one. But it's not so much because you still have to pay for those comics. It's not like you get the app and you get to read them for free. So it's just more of monthly subscription to read a story that might last a year or 5 years, or I don't know. I'm nearly finished with The Way of Kings, which was a heavy read.
Sure.
Yeah.
It has 1,200 pages of world building, basically, but it was all fantastic world building. And I'm glad there's only like 3 more of that series. I type way too fast.
Yeah, world building can be tricky.
Like at times when I'm reading stuff like that, that's all I want to do is I want to go open up a notepad and just start world building.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, the story will come out of the world that I build. I'm always thinking that. But then I'm like, no, I don't have time for that. I don't have the discipline for that is the problem.
Yeah.
It's not the time. It's like, once you start, this is going to be your life for the next 5 to 10 years.
Mm-hmm. I also think, especially when you're doing heavier world building, it is invaluable to have beta readers.
Mm-hmm.
Because, personal anecdote time. When I was working on my first book, threw that out there. And I write pretty exclusively from first person.
Okay.
Bringing my reader into the experience and having them see through the eyes of the character and whatnot. That's engaging to me. I like that.
Yeah. Cool.
That being said, when I gave my beta readers my manuscript, one of them read the first 3 chapters and was like, "This is super neat. What does the main character look like?" And I had to put my head in my hands as I realized that at no point during anything did I ever describe what they look like.
Oh, well, also if it's first person, it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe it's you.
Well, and it's a little trickier to do when it's not like a choose your own adventure thing.
That's true, yeah.
Because this is a character in the world, and yes, you're meant to see it through her eyes and, relate with her the most. But what I ended up doing was having kind of a quick little scene where there's a mirror on a patio that someone has as a decoration next to some potted plants.
Right.
He's kind of looking into it. And then later in the story, after the explosion and kind of everything happens, for lack of a better term, she looks into the same shattered shards of that mirror and sort of describes how she's changed, not just as a person, or not just physically, but as a character.
Yeah.
And that ended up being really fun to write.
Yeah.
And howdy, Mama
Mama
Lego.
Lego's here.
Mama Lego. There was a great, and it was kind of in a throwaway. Brad may know about this if he's read it, but there's the new Star Wars thing that they're trying to push is the High Republic, and it's the new era that they're working on. They've kind of abandoned a lot of the old extended universe things.
Sure.
But they're going to kind of go back and tell some older stories before the Clone Wars and all this. And so this High Republic is that attempt. And there are novels, and then there are comics, and then there are, I think there's not going to be any video games. I think it's all books and comics. But the books are straight up novels, and then there's young adult novels, and then there's going to be some younger kid books, things like that.
Okay.
So one of the young adult novels that I was reading, and it was by kind of long time Star Wars author Cynthia Gray, I think is her name. And there was a character in it, and I'm trying to remember the character's name. Something, it was Rock, right? The character's name was Rock or Stone or something like that. And it was an immobile piece of rock, right? And it had kind of facial features on it, but it was for the most part just a slab of stone. And at no point did it ever do anything. It just appeared where the people were, or was already there where the people were going to. It never spoke, and it never moved, but it had a history of doing these great things, right? Okay. And it was like a tertiary character, not at all important to the story really, but it was always there, always present, and the way they handled it was genius. I'm like, this is the most fun character in this entire book, because it's just such a creative way to it's I don't know if you ever saw Deep Space Nine.
I missed that one, unfortunately.
So there's a character in there named Morn, who sits at the bar all the time, and he never speaks. And it's always this creative way of like, what do you have to say for yourself? And the character would open his mouth and they'd say, I don't want to hear another one of your excuses. He would never talk, right?
Yeah.
But off camera, they'd come and they'd say, you know, oh, did you do this? Oh, well, Morn is just the best fighter and the best lover, and he's just the king among men and all this stuff. And you're like, this weird, you know, hippopotamus-looking character with scraggly hair at the end of the bar is the best character in the show, you know?
Yeah.
I love it when authors do stuff like that, where they're like, we're just going to play with this kind of thing and try to write around it without being, you know, too official with the characterisms. And it was so much fun.
And I think that becomes its own challenge, at least for me, is like, at what point as a writer do you look at the audience and waggle your eyebrows?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because it is okay to do that sometimes, but to like fall on it as a crutch is sort of one of those things.
Yeah, this definitely wasn't one of those. This was very much, they were dead serious about this character being like awesome, you know, and you're like, I am so intrigued by this. And I think they like at the end actually like said something or moved or something. So it wasn't like completely immobile or whatever, but I'm just like, oh man, that was great. That whole thing. All right. Well, I am at a loss because I think I missed something. I never want to see this as an extra piece. These are the extra pieces I have.
Yeah,
never want to see that.
That's not good.
Oh.
The sinking feeling that.
Yeah.
Brett,
Like, well,
yeah.
one of these guys is going to fall apart.
Hey, Brett.
Hey, Brett, how are you? Good to see you. How far back did I mess this up? Oh. Surface level. Sweet. No, I didn't mess it up. It went there in the first place. Hooray. Punch the mic. RIP your ears. All right, bag 4. Where are we? Oh, not bad. I think I came out ahead on that one. Anybody need a bio break or grab some more coffee? Now's the time.
Yeah, I could grab some more coffee.
I'm about ready to get some more coffee.
Right.
No coffee for Ruth.
No, it'll keep me up all night. But I have started building my Dots spaceship pencil holder.
That's another thing that I never got into was dots.
Honestly, it's one of those things where I just sort of go, I looked at it and I was just like, this is not going to be for me. Like, the builds are really super simple. Who wants to just stick 1x1s onto something?
Well, apparently you do.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, honestly, you could just give me a plate and a bag of 1x1s and just be like, off you go. And I just sit here merrily sticking all these little designs onto a plate. And I'm like,
oh,
I
man.
just feel so happy.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
It's something so satisfying about chunk, you know, just plotting them all on there.
Yeah. I just, like, I mean, because I've done a few videos on some of the different Dots stuff. And when I'm getting ready for those videos and I'm putting the designs together and then I do a bit of filming and that type of stuff and then take that design off and do another example or whatever, I'm just like going, I'm just in my little happy place sat here, like just getting all meditative and all mindful and it's like, oh, the colours look so pretty and it's really funny.
There is, I don't know at what point, because I get the same way with, it's a really weirdly specific bit of Lego life. And it's when I'm piecing out for a new mock, like I've designed it in studio and I'm parting it out and figuring out, okay, I need to buy these pieces because I don't have any. But I also need to go, you know, and I'm like buying more brick and I don't need it because I can still sort like the totes full of brick that I have to sort through. And I'm like, that piece is probably in there. I don't need to buy it.
Yeah.
But that sort of piecing stuff out of like, I just sit there in like my, hardwood floor rolly chair, and I'm like, zip, reaching to shelves and being like, get that piece, get that piece, get that piece. Oh, and I'm just like, same thing. You just completely zone out.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh crap, coffee's done, or oh crap, I have to go let the dogs out. You just completely forget.
Yeah. Sort of look up and you're just like, oh.
Yeah.
All time's passed.
Oh hell, it's Tuesday. I should probably go to work. That's the danger too, is working from home, where I'm like, well, I'm just going to nip off to the Lego room and sort for an hour. Nobody's going to know.
Yeah. I did find working from home very, very interesting, because I did end up doing it was more like short bursts over a longer span, where I would just end up then doing or breaks in between.
Yeah.
I'll just lie on the sofa for half an hour and play a game on my phone. Or
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just what you need.
Yeah, I'll just quickly do some filming while I can.
Well, and when you think about it, if you were in an office and your brain shorts out and needs a break, you just get up and you walk over to your coworker's desk and you guys just sit there and chat for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have that now. So now you just go off into your study or your Lego room or your TV room and just, do something else for a little bit and let your brain reset.
Yeah. But I think that was working for me, because then my manager kept on saying, I don't have any other work to send you. You've done it all.
Not being so productive.
I've still got a whole day left of my work week. What do you mean? I've only done these hours. They're like, I've got nothing else for you to do, mate.
So what I'm hearing is that you don't know how to pace yourself. You have bad time management. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Because I definitely will do that, where I look at like my project load and the help desk tickets that come in. I'm like, all right, if I just sat down and did it all, it's about 2 days worth of work. But I know we're not getting any new projects. So now that's a week's worth of work.
Yeah.
And just kind of be available in case something blows up.
Yeah. Well, I think specifically for that job, there was a lot of client contact that was involved. And so obviously during lockdowns and working from home, I couldn't do any of that. So it's just like that changed things. So then I was just doing a lot of the data entry for the projects, which was clearly my jam.
I've run into many points in my work in IT stuff where there may be a tool that can assemble a lot of data at once. While I'm trying to figure out that tool or figure out how to install it and how to work it and the learning curve behind it and whether I can get it approved by whatever, I could just like hand enter a ton of data and be done with it. And I'm completely okay with doing that.
Yeah.
And my boss is like, when he finds out I'm doing that, he's like, we've got that thing that they wrote that'll do that. And I'm like, yeah, but by the time I figure that out, that's like a 3-hour thing. It took me 20 minutes to do the hand entering of everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, now I can go fuck around with Lego. Sorry for this. That kind of came out. Yeah, I don't say that to him, although I'm pretty sure my boss also has a Lego tattoo.
Oh, really?
So like,
oh, cool.
Yeah, he's got a spaceman on his arm. I was like, sweet. Windscreens. Mm-hmm. Oh, blessed AC. Thank you for turning on. I wonder how my dogs are doing.
Yep. Mine's still asleep on the sofa.
Oh, yeah, I've got one right here. She's fine. What I should have is puppy cam.
Oh, I know.
I think my viewership would go through the roof if I had a puppy cam.
Yeah.
Probably.
No, I think whenever Lego Maniac streams, everyone just always asks him about his cat.
See, on that note, kittens, vibe check. How we doing? We got one loaf, and where's Licorice? Two loaves. Hello.
Little bread loaf. Yeah, my fat bowling ball cat is on a weight loss journey.
Ah.
He's 16 pounds, and they're like, he's just a little brown tabby, and he's 16 pounds. Brown tabbies tend to be a little chunkster,
Yeah.
but is like
that's a chunk.
He is a severe unit, that's for sure.
Oh Lord, he coming.
Yeah. So the vet was like, yeah, we should probably, and I'm like, yeah, no, just tell me what I need to do. So he's on a weight loss journey. He gets new food, and I had to buy a kitchen scale, which I wanted anyway, because some cooking says grams instead of cups or teaspoons or something. So I was like, I should do that.
Uses sensible measurements.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So I got that, and now he's sneaking off to eat his sister's dog food all the time. He broke into the closet where all the food is, and just the bag is ripped open and there's food everywhere. And I look over at him, he's licking his lips. I'm like, hey, fatty, you don't get dinner. How do you like that now?
And of course, like, they look at you and they've got all the Cheeto dust.
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about?
Come on.
Oh, I can't get this out. All right, so here's, because I don't have another bar. Oh, wait, I could probably do that. There we go. So I found a great way. I'm going to go get the flyer real quick.
Yeah, I'm dreading taking him to the vet because I have a funny feeling that they'd be telling him that he needs to go on a weight loss journey as well. I'm sure that he'd be very happy with me.
Is that Pucky? Plucky?
Yeah, Pucky, yeah.
Pucky. What kind of dog is he? I haven't seen him.
Well, the reason why he's called Pucky is because when I got him, I was told that he was a pug Jack Russell cross, so I thought Puck Russell would be a really cute name, and Pucky for short.
Oh, that's adorable.
That is adorable.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, but I don't think that he's got any Jack Russell in him.
Oh, they lied to you?
They lied to me because he is massive. So, like, I mean, not chunky. Well, he's a little bit chubby as well, but in a cute way.
Sure.
But he's very tall. So I'm sort of like going, I think that they actually thought that a fox terrier was a Jack Russell. Because you can get, like, the wire hair fox terriers, but then you can also get the smooth ones.
Yeah.
And so I think that it was a smooth fox terrier and a pug that were his parents. Because he's definitely...
Because they get the leggy kind of look, too.
They're like taller with longer legs. It's definitely what he's got. He doesn't have little short Jack Russell legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he kept on getting taller and taller and bigger, and I was just like, yeah, he's, you know, for a male fox terrier, he's definitely on the upper end of that size range. And then, much like me, he enjoys his food.
Yeah.
And then every now and again, it's just like, dude, we should go for a walk. And then he looks out the window and he's like, yeah, but it's raining loads. I don't want to do that. And I'll just wander back. It's just like, okay.
Yeah.
It's a very strange response for a dog and a walk, but we'll do that.
I would love to be able to take my cat on a walk. I think that would be hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
But I think he would just develop blisters on his belly because I'd just be dragging him down the sidewalk.
Yeah.
He'd be sitting there with a little harness on going, why are you torturing me?
Yeah. A friend of mine, her old cat, who's since passed away, used to go on walks and a lead as well and loved it. But then the running joke that her and I had was that Pucky's got a little bit of feline energy, and then her cat had a little bit of canine energy. So we were just like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, when we first got our cat, he was like that. I was like, he's very much a dog cat. Like he's super friendly. He doesn't run away from people, just comes and sits on your lap. And I'm like, that is not normal cat. Because all the other people that we know have cats, I don't believe actually own cats, because every time we go over to their house, their cats just completely disappear. So I'm like, you guys don't really own a cat. And they're like, no, we do. And I'm like, I've never seen your cat. I've known you for 10 years.
Oh gosh. Mama Lego saying we used to take out a 6-foot iguana for a walk. It was hilarious.
Holy crap, a 6-foot iguana?
That's a conversation piece, if nothing else.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you also in Australia where there are 6-foot iguanas?
No, she's Canadian.
Oh, she's Canadian.
Like the snow-covered Australia in the north.
Now I'm just imagining like an iguana in a sweater, and I want it.
Right? And a toque. He's got a toque on over his ears.
Yeah. Just hanging out, not bothering anybody.
Drinking whatever iguanas pass for beer. Oh, look, 100 pieces. Yay.
The kids used to ask if it was a dinosaur.
And you say yes.
In the legal definition, you're not incorrect.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nope. Kids used to ask, "Was a dinosaur? Is that a dinosaur?"
I could only imagine, like, the amount of questions that Tani would get about walking a cat and the confusion that people would encounter because of that. I could only imagine what that must be like for a dinosaur. An iguana, not a dinosaur.
I mean, I'm in Austin. If I saw somebody walking a chameleon or any other a parakeet, anything, I'd be like, yeah, all right, you know.
Yeah.
What part of Canada are you in, Mama Lego? Unless you know, Ruth, and you can just answer.
I think it's Toronto. From memory, I could be wrong though.
So, Mama Lego, my wife and I do a podcast about a Canadian teen drama TV show. If you're interested, there should be a link in the description. We got done with season 1 and we're on a break and we're starting back up on season 2.
I can vet. It is a quality podcast.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
We're switching it up this year or this season. Now I'm doing the play-by-play, which means I'm recapping the show and Beth is just going to volunteer information every once in a while.
Commentary.
She's like, yeah, she's doing the color commentary and I'm doing the play-by-play.
Nice.
I
will look
She
forward
was
to it.
like, this is a lot of writing. I'm like, no, just watch the episode. And she's like, no, I'm like recapping it. I'm like, nobody wants that. And she's like, everybody wants that. That's why they're listening. I'm like, oh, all right.
Yeah. To be fair, I kind of need the play-by-play because
Right. She's like, because people don't actually watch the show. They want to know what happened.
And that's nothing against the show. It seems like an interesting one. I don't have time.
No, that's, yeah. I want to watch the show through my weird friend's eyes. That's what I want. I don't want to actually just watch it by myself.
And the beautiful thing is, like, you could tell me that the Taliban just show up in an episode and I would have no choice but to believe you.
Yeah. Oh, so Mama Lego, the show is Ready or Not. Did you ever watch Ready or Not? Because here's my thing is, it's a niche show, I think, even for Canadians. And I think you would have to have been a child of the late 80s, early 90s for it to kind of hit your wheelhouse. Because I was you can't do that on television kid because I got Nickelodeon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We even got that in Australia, that one.
Mm-hmm. So it was You Can't Do That on Television from Canada and Danger Mouse from the UK. That was my Nickelodeon.
Yeah, Danger Mouse is fantastic.
So Beth and I met. She's like, oh, well, yeah, You Can't Do It on Television. And then Degrassi was a huge one.
Yep, Degrassi was big here as well.
Right?
Yep.
I think it was big kind of everywhere. Like all my friends who are younger than me are like, oh yeah, we watched Degrassi. But then we're like, so we're going to review Ready or Not. And they're like, what is that? And that's like, that was the other slightly less well-known teen drama. We needed something to do during the pandemic. That's what we're looking to do.
Yeah,
So
yeah, fair enough.
Mom, can we get Degrassi? We have Degrassi at home. Ready or
yeah,
not.
I'm a child of the 50s. Fair enough. What was the teen dramas in the 50s then? Trying to think of stuff my parents made me watch. Because my parents were born in the 50s.
The oldest show I remember sitting down and watching was, I think, Hogan's Heroes.
Yeah, we did Hogan's Heroes.
I love
did,
Lucy.
What's that?
Oh, I Love Lucy? Yeah.
I Love Lucy.
Popped up every now and again for us.
My Favorite Martian was on a lot. Bewitched.
Yeah, Bewitched, we got that as well.
My Three Sons. The Courtship of Eddie's Father. But then these were all like rerun stuff on Nick at Night and stuff.
Yeah.
The shows I remember my parents watching was like Hill Street Blues.
Oh yeah, I remember
like
that.
first run Hill Street Blues. So
yeah, I just remember the soundtrack to that because that had a very distinct opening credits song.
Mm-hmm.
But I was never allowed to watch it.
They showed Dennis Ferran's butt. That was the problem.
Oh, Lassie, Rin Tin Tin, Mighty Mouse is what Mama Lego's coming in with.
Gotcha. I remember Mighty Mouse. Here I come to save the day.
Come to say hi. Well, hello.
Some good old Chuck Avery animation.
Oh, hello.
And we've lost Kodiak.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Man snuggles. Time's got to be taken.
Did I miss ×2? Oh, okay. Well, there's one. This is weird. I don't like this at all. So it's got axle pins or axle bits, and then these are just regular Technicals, and it just goes plunk and just sits in there. It doesn't flip or anything. It just sits. I'm a little unnerved by that. But they seem to know what they're doing over there at the Lego.
Yep, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Right. How you doing, camera?
Hello.
All right. Camera's still going. Emergency Marcus Welby. That must be a show. Never heard of that one.
No. Me either.
I thought I was doing good with my Canadian knowledge because we doing the podcast, we've kind of befriended a few Canadians from different parts of the country, but mostly Toronto, and then some from Newfoundland. But it just seems like every day is a little bit newer information. Dr. Kildare. That sounds familiar. That one sounds familiar.
Brad's asking what the time lapse is for.
Oh, for fun and no profit? I'm just going to do a time lapse and put it up on YouTube. Because, I need more projects in my world.
Have I got an echo? No.
You sound good here.
Okay. So just in my head then.
Yeah, that's even worse. If we don't hear it and you still do,
Like, uh-oh.
maybe Abilify is not the drug for you. All right, everybody, hydrate reminder.
Ah, yes. Okay. So, for everyone curious, this is the current moon criminal occupying my lap.
Do you have a camera on?
No, I just share it my. Oh, that's right. I have Restream doing.
I was going to say, it looks great. But we can see nothing.
Hang on. Yabba-da. Okay, you'll need to let it in.
I'll let the right one in. Oh,
That is Garlic, my current moon criminal.
Garlic.
Aw.
And then
Is that a photo or is that just a very still video?
photo.
Okay.
And then let's see. Pull up for everyone else. Here's Baby Licorice doing his thing.
Garlic and licorice.
Yes.
Are those Maine Coons or just real fluffies?
They're just chonkers, real fluffies. So he's a domestic long hair, and she is a medium hair tortie.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my understanding.
Right on, right on.
And back to the build.
Okay. I'm going to plop this window in here, and then I'm going to go get some coffee. So I'll be back in a second.
Good play.
Oh, cool. We'll keep things going.
Yeah, we're not gonna panic and derail the stream in the slightest.
No, never. That would never happen.
Nah, we're consummate professionals here.
Yes, exactly. I think one of the other things that I am curious whether or not Mama Lego got Monkey Magic in Canada. Because I know that it was huge in Australia. I'm pretty sure that Greg from London talked about it before as well. No, not ringing any bells.
Yeah, sorry, nothing for me. I'm what the kids might call a Zoomer.
Haven't
Actually, I
heard
think
of it.
technically I'm a millennial, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm definitely Gen X. No,
Mhm.
Mama Lego hasn't heard of it either. I think it's a very niche program. But that was another program that we were obsessed with as kids as well, which was very funny because it sort of came out on one of the free-to-air TV channels here in Australia, probably when we were in primary school. So I think probably when I was about 7 or 8, and then like every 2 or 3 years there would be a rerun. And so I think that there was another rerun probably when I was about 10, and then it came out again just when I think I was at the beginning of high school. So like when I was about 14. Everyone was just absolutely obsessed with the program. It was so.
And yes, my sorry, responding to chat, my grandma used to put on Anne of Green Gable, and as a boy of youth, you can imagine it was not tittillating in the slightest to me. Sorry.
Yep. No,
Like, I understand its cultural significance, but it's just only so much I can do.
I think that there was a TV show, and I ended up reading all the books as well around the time that TV show came out, and I was probably maybe about 12.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing, like there's a very iconic film in Australia called Picnic at Hanging Rock, and it's about a group of girls that are in school taken out into the forest and they all here, and it's based on a true story, and it's sort of like very iconic film, but it also has all these girls wearing these beautiful white lacy dresses and that kind of stuff. very like
Okay.
and that was again when Anne of Green Gables came out. Everyone at school was having like the two plats
Sure.
floating around in their wafty lace dresses. It's very like rural Australia. Yep, we'll go with that. So while Anne of Green Gables might not have had very much significance for a millennial male, it's very iconic where I
Yeah.
was.
Like I said, I understand its cultural significance. It just was sort of lost on me at the
Yeah,
time.
well, it wasn't your thing. That's cool. Not everything has to be for everyone.
Yeah.
I have heard of Anne on Green Gables, but I don't think I've ever watched, read, dressed as anything
You're
like
missing
that.
out.
I'm missing it.
So,
You know,
so
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that for Halloween this year and just really throw everybody.
Yeah.
What are you dressed as? Anne of Green Gables. And we'll be like, okay. I mean, we're in Austin. Whatever.
It's all about the cultural significance.
Right? Yeah. How dare you not know about this? Oh, whoops! That's the wrong. Drop a like, people. Yeah, Brick Pasta. Thank you.
much obliged. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
So,
Yep,
oh,
I've
go ahead.
I was just checking, making sure that I've actually liked the stream. Like, yep, I've done my bit.
Oh man, I am so disappointed in you.
Maybe I should go do that.
Oh, you guys, you're killing me.
No, I did. I had. Early on. I wanted to double
Also,
check my tab.
the stream thumbnail for me is the building the child.
Is it still? Golly.
It might just be me. My YouTube is weird.
No, so I'm pretty sure the description is going to be like build the Mandalorian fighter or something, because you make the event on YouTube with
Right.
the thumbnail and the date and time, and then I go into Restream and say, okay, pick the event, and you pick the event, and it says
Right.
it's either create new event or pick the one that you've listed, and it goes to YouTube and finds it and goes, use this one. Okay, use that for Twitch and Facebook as well. But then I go into Restream Studio, and up at the top where it says like edit your stream information, and so I was like, okay, and I edited, and it went, pick Mandalorian fighter, and then it wiped out like all the about and all the description. I'm like, no, what are you doing? So then I go redo that. So I'm convinced it's picking up like old data, and it just whatever. There are people here. That's all that's important.
Yeah, anytime I schedule a live, it always offers me the option of like use previous, and I hit X so fast. Like,
Yeah.
no, we're
I do
doing
use
this from scratch.
I use previous because it's all the same descriptions. It's always the same music by this thing. Here's a link to the podcast. Here's all this stuff. But then I do have to go through and change the thumbnail and change this whatever. It's kind of a pain because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So
Sure.
It's gotten better, but definitely not the greatest. Why do I have an extra? Oh, there it is. Okay. Brick Pasta is barfing at Twitch. Yeah, I've noticed that there's not a lot of traffic coming from Twitch ever. So, and I've also heard it's kind of garbage on mobile.
Yes, I usually have to, anytime I'm on Twitch, I set it to audio only, because that is the only way that I can get anything to come through. If I set it to video, I'll get 10 minutes of loading. Well, I'm exaggerating. I'll get 10 seconds of loading for 2 minutes of stream, then 10 seconds of loading. It's a disaster.
Yeah. And I don't know, because I've got it kind of, especially this is all web-based now, but even my OBS I was trying to not dumb it down, but get it as like minimally acceptable as possible. So like the frame rates were all real low and that kind of stuff. Because when I started, they're like, Jesus, do you want to go that higher resolution? Yeah, why not? Because not everybody can see it. Oh, okay. But I don't care. I want it to be cool looking, man.
As long as
leaves can see.
you don't pull a DSP about it, I think you're good.
A what?
So it's a piece of internet history. A guy named Darkside Phil, the AKA DSP, and
Gotcha.
one of the major things he's known for is just constant back and forths with like the Twitch administration. One of those issues being that he was trying to stream at a higher bit rate, and Twitch was telling him to turn it down, and he's like, "Well, no one else has to turn it down." They're like, "No, they do."
Yeah, you're just the only one not doing it.
Yeah.
There you go. I finished my rocket.
All right. Wow.
Nice.
I'm going to feature that. Hang on. Put that up.
Go for it.
Your dots rocket.
My dots rocket.
That is a satisfying looking build.
That's a good one. I like that.
And then this little thing opens up, right? And what they've done in the instructions is that they've given you like a little picture of a llama in a space helmet that you can cut out and put inside.
Oh.
There you go. That's cute.
So the only thing I would have a problem with, did you have to turn all those quarter tiles 45 degrees to like line them up?
I just placed them on as I was supposed to.
Got it. As I was supposed to.
as intended by law.
Right.
As intended. And then just used my little brick separators to
line them up.
To help tweak any crooked ones.
So if you guys want something super satisfying with brick separators and tiles, I highly recommend doing this. It takes a little bit of doing, but if you can put some 2x2 tiles on a base plate, just in a big row, and then take your brick separator and get under one of them, and then just run it along all the other ones, and they all pop off at the same time. Oh, it's like ripping a Band-Aid off, or it's just so satisfying. We did big Texas shapes for a photo booth at our convention, and everyone got a white base plate and then the pattern for the state of Texas, and then they fill in whatever they want on the thing. People did like a rainbow, people did like a topographical map, all different. Like I did a classic space thing where the state was blue, and then over Austin it had a spaceship and it had a little thing around it.
Sure.
And so everybody did a bunch of different things. But then when I was done, I was just like taking the tiles off, and I was like, and it was so fun. I was like, yes, I'm just going to build that again just so I can do that again.
Do that. Yeah.
Nice.
So who was the, I don't know if you guys know who this is. There's a YouTuber out there who got the gunship, the USC gunship early, and was able to do like a stream on it where he also interviewed the designers.
Wow.
Maybe somebody in the chat might know, or
I think I saw that come across my feed, but
yeah,
I don't think I
it's not
it.
somebody I subscribed to, but I think
Sure.
it was like the algorithm said you might like this. I was like, well, you're right. And I don't know if it was like, it wasn't a Brick Vault, it wasn't a Beyond the Bricks person, although it may have been, and I'm just forgetting.
Mm.
But their time lapse was great because I think they had a rig that for every picture it took, it like moved.
Ooh.
But it was very smooth. It was like bullet time lapse, right? So it was very smooth, and then it would rotate, and then it would just kind of stop and then rotate a little back. And I'm like, that's some awesome bit of dedication on the video production end of that.
Yeah, that's pretty rad.
Yeah. And the whole time I'm like, I don't care about the UCS gunship. I want to know how you did that time lapse. That's cool. Because I'm not going to get that set. Despite being a Star Wars fan, I am not going to get that set.
Mm-hmm.
Tuboku.
I want to get it, but A, funds, and B, I don't know where the hell I would put it.
Same.
I think it gets to that point, really, doesn't it?
Yep.
Well, like I live in a studio apartment, and real estate is already at a premium.
Yeah.
I was stoked to find out that part of the 400 some odd square feet included the counter space. Like, yes.
Does that also mean the inside of the refrigerator? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does. No, if you look at the floor plan, and I'm not complaining necessarily, it's a roof over my head.
Right.
But that being said, you know, I pay a fair bit of money every month. Like I do my stuff.
Yeah.
But like if you look at the floor plan and then the actual like apartment layout, it's about like when you look at it, the floor plan includes the counter space. Like it pretends like the counter isn't there.
Right. It's square footage to the wall.
Yeah. Like, oh, thanks guys. Great.
What, you don't want to live like a small insect over here?
Again, it's a roof over my head. I'm not expressly complaining, more just griping.
Right, yeah.
But it's just one
Kvetching,
of
if you
those
will.
things. It's one of those things where you're like, I'm a little irked at this.
Just a tinge, yeah.
You know? Come on.
If I had my druthers.
Okay.
Snot raid. Hello. Oh, hey.
Howdy.
We got a snot raid.
Woo!
Hey.
They must have been
awesome.
streaming earlier.
They were. I actually, while I was getting ready for everything, kind of popped into their stream for a bit and was saying hello.
They usually stream at like 8 o'clock anyway, so I'm always jumping on top of that one.
Mm-hmm.
I will be a sweet little bug if Kodak gives me food and shelter. Aw. Well, I'll tell you what too, because we got another Twitch name in the chat. So we got Snot Okay, and then we've got Josh, who I'm gay. Joshua M. Gay. Got it. So now we got 2 names in Twitch. Woo.
Whoop, whoop.
For the Twitch drawing for the Amelia Earhart set. So get more Twitch viewers in here.
Get twitchy.
Yep. And I'm sorry, who was it that hated Twitch earlier?
Pasta.
Rick Costa. Yeah, sorry, buddy. So the more we get, the better. Well, I guess the fewer we get, but it's a boring contest if there's just like a handful of people. Anyway, it's better than last week, or is just Glenn?
And I feel bad because
everybody.
I am going to be streaming later, but I wanted to sort of temper around the overall. I wanted to attend your stream, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Gotcha. I appreciate that.
Oh,
Scruffy
and
Nerf Herder. Oh, hey.
Scruffy's on Twitch too.
Yeah, Scruffy Nerf Herder is my friend Aaron from here. I'm going to put you in the thing, Aaron.
Yay.
He does some gaming streaming too, so check out his channel. I don't know how much he's been doing lately, but he and I would play Squadrons a few times together. That was fun. We need to do that some more. I had a whole rig for VR for Squadrons, but it also included not earbuds, but like big headphones, over-the-ear headphones, and then the VR goggles. So my head was like encased, like there was no.
Whoa!
It was brutal.
At that point, you might as well get like an actual just Rebel helmet,
Right? Yeah.
where you can't see anything with the blast shield down.
Yeah, I get the blast shield, and then get like an actual HOTAS with the controller and the throttle, and then Beth, just leave me alone. I'm gonna be flying for the rebellion. I will be away from life for a while. Are you enjoying the T2? I'm looking forward to building it. It's funny. Hey, Justin P. Slender. I'm putting your name in too. So for those on Twitch, I'm putting your name in a drawing for for this guy, I have an extra. So we're doing a giveaway because I got 100 followers on Twitch. And I'm putting your name on a wheel. And when we get close to the end of the stream, I'll spin the wheel, and whoever will drop off names one by one, and the last one standing will get the set. So if you are on, if you're going to pop off later, just keep an eye out. I'll make an announcement on like Instagram or something like that. And then try to, hey, Jerry514. And then I'll try to get a hold of you somehow and let you know you won.
Oh, cool.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Justin. Thanks for being here, by the way.
Thanks, Justin. Deuces.
Enjoying the build. Yes. These builds are always a lot of fun. The car builds, I think the reason I'm doing them, I look forward to getting a car build, is because I really like the techniques. There's a lot of snot building on it. The uniqueness of how they get the bigger shapes and the swoopiness and the curves and the angles, it just really blows my mind. And so every time there's a new car, I'm really excited to get it. And this will be a set that I put stickers on, so. But it is very, very exciting. Don't think that's right. Oh, it goes in the, okay. My bad. Your bad is saying my bad. Anybody?
Michaela's saying, jump over onto Twitch, follow and comment to be entered into the contest, smiley space, smiley space. And I think
Diamond Girl Forever is my Twitch name.
They did an American smiley face where it's just the smile and then all the chins after.
Diamond. I'm going to put you in there, Mama Lego. Girl Forever. All right. Good stuff. Hey, Jake's Bricks. How are you? Thanks for being here.
oh, Jake is here. Hey, Jake.
I'm starting to sense that these are people that you know more.
Yeah, Jake, I did post on Instagram that I was going to be live over here with you. So Jake and I have known each other for a while.
Gotcha.
He's a video fan, and we are going to be trading some beat bits as well. So I've just finished my boombox, Jake. And then I went through my beat bits yesterday after I finished streaming, and on the box it says that you get 18 special effect beat bits in this set. 4 of them match up with the figures, so they're exclusive to the figures. So I got all of those 4, which leaves 14. I only got 1 that I didn't have before.
Wow.
So it's just like out of 18 beat bits, I got 5 new ones. And I'm pretty sure that I said to Michaela yesterday that there was only going to be, I think I said that there were 12 in the box. So I even got the math wrong, and I was just like, no, there was 18. Which is even worse.
I missed out on. Oh. There we go. That's what I'm missing. Got it. Scruffy says, I'm pretty sure this is a set that I get Mal for her birthday or anniversary. It's a beautiful looking set. Yeah, if you can get either of them, I think I don't know if the original one, the T1 is still available or not, but it's definitely, they're very cool. They're a lot of fun to build. That's for sure. Oh, and again, I'm extra pieces, 1x2s. No. Is this stocking? OTR D2. OTR2 D2. No, it's not, but I'm putting your name in the Twitch. OTR2D2.
Yes. Oh, Michaela, send me through the ones that you've got, and then I can figure out which ones that you need, and I'll put those ones aside for you because I've got a little parcel for Jake to go out, and I've got some for Corne to go out as well.
Care packages for Lego friends.
Yeah. So send me both. Send me the ones that you're missing and the ones that you've got doubles of, and then we can figure out who needs what. And Jake's saying that he's also managed to finally find the Marvel CMFs. Got Spider-Man, who looks like a fantastic fig. Gamora, who looks fantastic.
Yeah.
I really like Monica's hair. I think that looks really cool. Loki, Falcon, and Bucky. Cool.
Monica Rambeau
Yeah.
is a fig. That's great. I am stalling because I've got 2 extra 1x2s and I don't know where they went. And I'm looking through all the previous call-out boxes and I do not see where I would have missed those. So that's disappointing.
Oh.
Yeah, but I feel like, well, if it got together, then it's fine.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, nothing's real wobbly or anything.
Whatever.
She'll be right.
It's a good thing there's no safety protocols or anything in this. Oh, I think. Yeah, that's why. Okay. I do see where it is now, and I can correct it. Sweet. So that's a problem with some of the big instruction books, and this is probably why I also suggest doing the instructions online if they're available, is that you get a crease in the instruction booklet, right? And then the instruction is in that crease.
Oh.
So if you're just looking at it like that, you're like, yeah, I'm all done. Nope, you're not. Look at that guy in there.
Yeah.
All right. So I am kind of behind because I think this is now, no, bag 5. I'm right on track.
Oh. Yay.
Bag 5, Michaela. Hooray. Bag every half hour.
Yeah, Gamora's hair looks awesome. I love Gamora as a fig.
Yeah, of all the CMFs that I think I would want, that would be one, is that line. Just regularly, I've never been a collectible figure person. But being able to get some MCU people, that'll be fun. So is Shang-Chi out yet? Has anyone seen it?
Yeah, I don't know where we're up to with that.
I'm
I always feel like I'm behind with all the news though, so
yeah. Well, I'm not going to any theaters anytime soon, so
no.
Oh, that's why.
you're going Tuesday. Oh, what'd you think, Aaron?
There we go. Sorry, pardon my muttering.
Okay, quite a few people have seen it in the chat.
Yeah. It's the same plot as Black Panther. So it's the hero's journey. He's really great, and then he falls, and then he has to come back. It's like Thor.
Should have used his life alert. I'm sorry to anyone in chat if that was a tasteless joke.
Life alert. I've fallen, and I can't find my way through this plot. I've fallen, and there's no narrative. It's like every Marvel movie. Somebody doesn't like Marvel movies. I have a feeling. To be fair, Marvel movies are based on. To be fair, Marvel movies are based on comic books, and comic books are basically just modern myths.
Marvel movies, but dumb. Kidding. I'm kidding.
Marvel movies, but dumb. Hopefully Disney Plus will have that. Yes, I do want to watch it, but I can't go to the theater yet, which means I'm not going to also see Eternals probably. Dune. Hadn't seen Free Guy yet. Yeah, I heard it was really well done. Oh, Tomorrow War was not good. I agree, Michaela.
Is that the one with Chris Pratt?
Yeah. And it's such kind of a high-minded concept too, and I liked there's a couple of science fiction books that are similar in that humanity is fighting some weird kind of war, and it's non-linear or it's across great distances, stuff like that. So I was like, okay, I'm intrigued. This looks fun. And then I got done. I'm like, okay, well, none of that needed to happen. Like 20 minutes in, I'm like, why don't you just do this? And then, of course, it was whatever.
Yeah.
I was more because I knew ahead of time that. Oh no, that wasn't that one. Did you guys see? What was the one with Dave Bautista and
Guardians of the Galaxy?
No, no, that is not the movie I'm talking about.
I buzzed too early. Gosh darn it.
The walking the like Day of the Dead or Rise of the Dead or something. It was a zombie movie, but it was like a heist movie where they had to go into Las Vegas and steal something.
What?
And it was Dave Bautista and a bunch of other people were on the team that he assembles, right? And originally there was a comedian who was going to play this one part, but the comedian had some problematic things going on, i.e. they had pictures of young women on their phone or something. Yeah, kind of like, well, no, now I get it. Don't be on that movie then. So they got Tig Notaro, who I love Tig Notaro. I was like, sweet. So the fun part was she went in and green screened her whole role, and then they put her in the entire movie. So they completely removed the other person and then put her in. And I knew this ahead of time, so I was watching for it. And man, they did some good work. Like you cannot tell that she was put in later unless you're really, really looking for it. It was really impressive. Like the light blooms behind her, and they matched all the blacks and the contrasts, and it was just so good. So anyway, that was the bit.
Oh.
Back in the 80s, when they made Dune, it didn't capture nearly enough of the story to even make sense. I liked the David Lynch version. I thought it was perfectly cromulent, perfectly serviceable. But Dune is very dense. Like, I think them putting in a lot of the narrative, the internal monologues and everything was them trying to capture the story as much as possible. Because without that, you are absolutely lost. There's, the motivations are gone. The reasoning for them leaving the planet's gone. It's kind of a mess unless there's no way you can get that into 2 or 3 hours.
Sure.
But I thought they did a pretty good job. But I am excited to see how they do this, the new one. Yeah, I love the book too. I loved the series as a whole, I think, but it's still such a slog to read. It is so dense.
Just like me.
I think it's always tricky as well to go from a book to a film because the way that we imagine stuff is so unique, and I think that then it's really difficult to then see how somebody else has interpreted the story compared to our own imagination.
Sure. And that's honestly why I believe as heavily as I do in Death of the Author, is just that, it not only does are things going to mean completely different things to people with different experiences and more references to differences as I talk in circles, but effectively, yeah, like what I imagined Hermione looked like when I read Harry Potter looks nothing like the actress, and honestly, that's to me fine. Because yeah, obviously, I think I'd be more terrified if what I imagined Hermione to look like was exactly what she ended up looking like in the film.
Yeah. One thing I think matched almost completely to at least my imagination was the Lord of the Rings movies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they did it, but everybody that I talked to, hey, sweet, I got a spam.
Nice.
Hi, spammer person. That's great.
You're getting popular enough to get
I know.
spammed.
I got enough viewers now. I get spammed. Careful what you wish for.
Well, I think like in a lot of the behind the scenes stuff that I watched during Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit movies is that I think that Peter Jackson said it's because he got the two illustrators involved. Because they had done so many like really timeless and popular illustrations that then that had captured Peter Jackson's imagination. So he knew he had to hire them in order to provide creative direction as far as like the artwork and that side of things into those films.
Yeah.
And I
And
think
that really showed.
Yeah, such a good call. And then I think that Peter Jackson, like when watching the behind the scenes stuff as well, is that Peter Jackson was very much about, like, I mean, he loves the books, so I think that helps. And he really wanted to make sure that he honoured the books and the film and all of that type of stuff so much.
Sure. Yeah.
But he also sort of talked about how, you know, when people write, it's a different medium. So I think in The Hobbit, it was one paragraph talking about the Battle of the Five Armies. You know, the Five Armies all came out and they had a big fight.
Yeah.
It's just like, that doesn't really interpret into a visual medium. Like,
right, yeah. That's a whole movie in and of itself.
Yeah, yeah. And then he was also saying, whereas there would be like pages and pages describing, you know, the forest or like, you know, the characters or whatever. And he's just like, well, that's just a second, you know, in a film. Like you go, there's the character. That's what they look like. Like there's the forest. We've got that. Everyone knows now what that looks like. So I think that there are challenges in and around that stuff too. So, but yeah. I just really love Peter Jackson films. I think that he's like a really creative and quirky guy.
That is not how they said that was going to go.
Yeah, I agree, Michaela, as well. Directors that can put their egos aside to accept the lore and the detail of the original novel. Yeah.
All right, well, they did this wrong, and I'm upset.
And then we've got differing opinions about the films in the chat, which is good.
Indeed.
We like respectful discussions.
So, who's seen the old Rankin and Bass Hobbit, the cartoon?
Nope.
Sorry.
All right. Well, guess what your homework is? So
how long's the paper?
Yeah.
When's our report due?
Yeah. When can I put it off until? No, for real. Look up Rankin and Bass Hobbit, and I think you might be able to watch most of it online. It's older, but I mean, it's the same people who brought you the stop motion holiday movies, right?
Yeah, I know the ones.
The animation studios. But it is, and I'll fight anyone about this. That version, that movie of The Hobbit is 100 times better than the movie that we got. Lord of the Rings is still a great movie, but the Hobbit movies were not great. But the original one, it's a little weird. It's a little off-putting, but I mean, it's like that late 70s, early 80s animation style.
Sure.
And I thought it was just fantastic. So I would highly recommend looking it up. And it seems like the vision of the original story is actually in this one versus, hey, look at all these CG goblins we can just throw at the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
HBO? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's pretty old, but also an old Lord of the Rings too, where they ran out of time, but they were doing like rotoscoping, and so everything looked oddly real. But then they ran out of money, and it ended in the middle of the two towers. Like they never finished it.
Interesting.
Michaela, were the other two Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas and maybe an exercise tape? I'm kidding. I have no idea. Also, if you haven't seen Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas, I would highly recommend that. See, this is one of these design choices. This is going to be a flat piece, but they're covering it with, you just cover it. Right? It's a tile. It's one of those tiles, but then you're just, so why use that tile piece? Don't know.
Don't know. Kayla, I want to be a CGI goblin. Me too.
I want to be that CGI goblin they had that's just like the testicle chins, that giant guy.
Oh, yeah.
Goblin King. Who was voiced by it wasn't Stephen Fry. Who was that?
No, Stephen Fry was the mayor of the Lake Town.
Lake Town, okay.
Yeah, the guy that voiced the Goblin King is iconic as well. Oh my gosh.
I want to say it was the same guy who did Dex from Star Wars, that weird diner character, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that weird character?
I do, like, inexplicably knew a lot about bounty hunters.
Right, yeah. I run this diner, and he's gonna, it's like,
I mean,
how do you know this?
The idea is neat. The execution is atrocious.
It was terrible, but yeah. It was the 3-tape Titanic and Fern Gully. Fern Gully, a.k.a. What Avatar used for its plot.
It's all recycled.
Yep. I would rather be an actual goblin than a CG goblin.
Mm.
Same. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
I always had probably the strongest affinity towards the dwarves though. And when I saw the bearded female dwarves, I was like, that's my jam. I could do that.
Just let it all go a little bit.
Yeah.
Why not?
They're living their best lives. Let's do that.
It's led many to believe that there are no dwarf women. It's the beards.
It's the beards. Go out the sideburns. Rock them out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, I am an actual goblin, so...
So...
Yeah, I always kind of wanted to be a Tolkien elf, but I feel like I would have had to listen to too much Morrissey.
Mm.
They are some mopey people.
They're very ethereal and gorgeous and all of that sort of stuff, but I'm like, I don't know whether or not I could pull that off.
No, I'm not tall or pretty enough for that.
No.
Walk around going, my life is an elf. It's so horrible. I'd rather be in the Undying Lands forever. Oh, shut up. Yeah, I deal with a dwarf a whole lot more because it's like, wait, we get to live in caves out of sunlight?
Yep.
with a lot of
It's-
treasure.
Bash stuff with hammers and sing tunes, sing a
Mhm.
tune.
Deal with the occasional Balrog.
Right.
I think I could figure that out.
Yeah. I ask around.
Can you imagine that conversation? You just roll up to somebody and go, "Oh, look, I've got a Balrog hunt today. Do you got any pointers? This is my first time."
If you get a Balrog lasting more than 4 hours, contact your doctor.
Okay, call your doctor. Find out if Arkenstone is right for you.
Oh, Michaela's saying you're 100%.
Oh, I'm 100% a Hobbit. Yeah, I like beer a lot, and
I do agree that the multiple snack breaks throughout the day would
that's
be
just how you have to do it.
right.
very appealing. It's very appealing stuff.
Plus, my feet are very hairy. Hobbit Bard. There we go. Speaking of
For the
which,
love of
I
Elder God.
cannot wait to get back to some karaoke. I tell you what, I've been missing me some nights at the Canary Roost, drinking my Long Island iced teas and singing ABBA. Y'all, ABBA has come out with some new music. I am here for this.
Hell yeah.
I interrupted something. What were we doing? I think we were at a football game because we're band parents, so we're waiting in stands for halftime. And I was like, everyone's talking about the game and something else. I'm like, hey, everybody. And they all kind of looked. I went, ABBA's coming out with some new music. And they're like, wow, you could not have timed that any worse. Do you know where you are? I'm like, no, this is great. I'm going to download it now.
Band parent.
Yeah.
Not here for the sport, but for
Right.
the news.
Can I pay like 25% of ticket price? Because I'm only going to be here for like 10 minutes. No, so what we do is we all have band booster shirts because we're also in the boosters and the scholarship foundation, and we
Yeah.
all have matching shirts, and we just walk into the stadium like in a group, and they just let us in.
Nice.
We also have a wagon full of like water coolers, so we're there with the band. They don't care. If you show up, look angry, and ask where you have to park, crap, they kind of look, oh, okay, over here. Yeah, this is a fun build so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Complicated. There's a volcanic going on, which is always my least favorite part of larger builds is getting that put all
Mm.
I'm on to my next dots box.
through all your dots today.
Yeah. So,
You-
oh,
Build dots today. That's what we're doing.
well, I usually sort of like think, oh, what am I going to build on Saturday? And
Yeah.
so I had the boombox there, and then I usually have like, if I get that done, then I'll have some other stuff just down here by the side. And I didn't get to any of the dots on Saturday night, obviously, because I had to finish that today. And so then I was just like, oh, I'll just carry on with that stuff. So it's the little cactus stuff that I'm building at the moment.
That's
But we
super
get
cute.
like this little cactus holder, we get a picture frame, we get another bracelet, and we also get like this little bag tag. So I've just been working on my little line bag tag
There you
Nice.
go. Nice.
to add to my little collection of bag tags back here.
See, that's
I had
again,
to
that's
do
a whole world that I know nothing about.
So I had to do a little pug bag tag, of course.
Of course, for
I've got a little
Pucky.
Pucky. I've got a little penguin. Ah, penguin.
So why are they called
Someone
bag
asked-
tags? Do you put them on your backpacks or something?
Yeah, because they've got a little.
Oh, they got a ring? Okay, cool.
I was trying to think of the word because they've got a little doodad.
It's a complicated thing, that word ring.
Yeah, little parrot. And then so the parrot was a request, and then I also got a request to do a red panda. So I did a little red panda too.
Nice.
So they just sit there over one shoulder.
That is a whole world. Like dots, nothing. I got nothing on that.
I think it's just sort of that whole thing. If you just, it's like mosaics,
Right.
stuff together, really.
Yeah.
But again, I just sort of go. I've just been absolutely shocked at how enjoyable I found it. Just sit
Yeah,
here and,
you're really digging it.
oh yeah, I never expected it. But I haven't done any of the mosaic artwork yet either. So I think that it would be kind of cool to get some of those
Uh-huh.
and see whether or not Dots is just like a bit more of a fun, smaller, creative version of that.
Well, I'm a little sad. This will be the last. This is the last of the August 1st release sets. So I'm out of things to build. Like I have no backlog.
Oh my gosh.
So everything every set I get, I build like instantly.
Wow.
Which means like until the truck comes out, the classic truck.
Yeah.
I'm going back to full on design streams. So no builds for a while.
Oh, Jerry said that he's subbed with his Prime, but he doesn't know if it showed up.
Oh, you subbed with Prime. Thanks, man.
Cheers.
I don't even know that. You're the first person to ever do that. I don't know if that'll even...
I did a little Twitch dance there for you, man.
Gift a sub now to be number one. I don't know what that means. My chat.
Hey, that's so
What is-
nice.
I don't know what this means.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah, I
help
don't
you.
have any idea. I'll have to check my inbox. Oh, wait. I have a subscriber. Nope. I am a subscriber. I don't ever use the Twitch dashboard. So
It's me.
yeah. It's me, subscriber y'all.
Me and Jerry. Jerry's in there too.
Well, thank you for that, Jerry. I appreciate that.
I know, that's so cool. That's awesome.
You're the first. That's that monthly, like through Prime thing.
Mm.
I got to remember to do that because I've got 2-3 of my like in real life friends that have channels that I try to rotate through every month. A couple of them I haven't seen online recently, so I don't know what's going on with them. And one of them's moving to California, so that dude can get bent. No, I'm kidding. I wish him well. He's the sound designer for Rooster Teeth.
Ah,
So
I don't even know what that is, but it sounds impressive.
So do you know? Have you heard something called Red versus Blue? Okay, no. So
Is that an app? Is that a game?
it's from a game. It's from Halo, right?
yep.
okay.
Halo. So it's what's referred to as a machinima, where basically instead of using like live action or animation, you animate a short story using a video game.
Yeah.
Like
So
what?
you get into the game, you do an action and screen cap it, and then you tie all those together to make like a narrative, like a movie.
Oh, cool. Right,
Yeah, and you do voiceover stuff, and it's
Yeah.
it's an interesting process.
So Red versus Blue was this like the original kind of one of these, and it was just
okay.
two characters. One was red, one was blue, and they were on opposing teams, and they were just jawing about stuff, right?
Yeah, just
Right.
kind of told their stories. And I don't know if you know this, Ben. It's still going,
No, I know it's still going. Yeah.
which blew me away when I found that out.
So
It's
what's
been
the other one that Rooster Teeth does? It's a bunch of initials.
Oh, Ruby.
Ruby. Yeah.
Yeah, RWBY. And it is bad.
He worked on that. That's the one he worked on.
Okay, I'm very sorry because it is bad.
No, he. I mean, whatever the quality is, I just know that he's done work on that.
Mhm.
You guys are talking Latin to me on these games. So I broke out my Atari 2600 the other day.
Whoa.
It's not mine. My kid's late grandfather, so my ex-wife's dad, had one, and it was in his apartment, and he was a smoker, and he had a couple dogs that were towards the end of his life just not being taken care of real well, so it was it's not in great shape. So they were like, can we keep this at your garage? I was like, sure. And they're like, and if you can clean it, you can have it. I'm like, challenge accepted, you know.
So what I'm hearing is I can have it.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to clean it. So I'm like, I'll get some nitrile gloves and a face mask and
Sure.
go at it with some alcohol and a toothbrush. You got it. But it's also old 80s technology, which means I got to crack open motherboards, and I'm sure there's dust and crap all in there, and got to clean it all off and see if it
Just
works.
give it a good once over. Should be all right.
Yeah. I mean, the whole board is probably about that big, you know, and just
Right.
got to make sure the power is connected right and the fans work and whatever else. Barely anything to those old systems. I also got, my aunt gave me her, well, my cousin's old, they never played it, but their old NES. So I got an actual NES and an Atari 2600. I might give the Atari to Game Over and have them put it in their museum. They have a museum of consoles, which is pretty cool.
It is pretty nifty.
They're fun to take apart. Yeah. Oh, man. These guys, I'm so excited for those pieces in gray.
Ooh.
Single brackets.
Jerry's just come in with the cough. Double the entry for people who sub? Question mark.
You know what? Why not? You made a decent argument there, man. Here you go. So we got two Jerry's in there now. We've got a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So this is cool. Yeah. So let's say we'll do the drawing at noon.
Excellent.
We get a few more people in here, maybe. If not, whatever. Yeah. Stop screen sharing, start screen sharing, window, camera. Bob's your uncle. Do I still have... Oh, I still have Studio open. Whoops. Should close that.
No, no worries.
Oh, that Normandy turned out really well. I'm super excited about getting the parts for that.
That was a fun build, man. I was excited when I saw that you had you'd announced that one.
Yeah. Well, I've got a whole list of like non-star.
Sure.
Downloaded the game. Next.
Oh, Brad's saying I will join this spinner game over on Twitch. So is that another option? For Brad, have we got Brad in the wheel yet?
Sure, we could throw him in if nothing else.
Did we just lose Ben? You lost Ben.
Am I back?
You're back. You're back.
All right. I'm going to put Brad said he will join in that too. Brad's live. I don't know what happened. It just went, hey, something went wrong and we're going to try to fix your connection. I'm like, ugh.
That's okay.
Never like
I noticed your audio getting a little choppy, and then you just dropped.
Yeah.
What was weird is I was closing studio at the time, so I'm wondering if it went, nah, I can't handle this. Like Michaela said, oh, your poor CPU. I got this new computer specifically so I didn't have to deal with this garbage.
One would think.
Yeah.
One would think.
Oh, Jerry's currently building the Winter Village train. Yes, that's one of my most
nice.
wanted. Love that set. It's beautiful.
There you go, Mama Lego. That's my Twitch channel. That's my everything channel. Oh man. So 2 days of Thursday night football game, or no, Friday night football game, Saturday night football game. Now streaming the next day. I'm like, my throat is garbage.
Mm-hmm. It takes a toll.
I'm so glad we have tomorrow off because that's for sure takes a toll.
Oh, Michaela put all her unique beats on my face. It's so satisfying. I know, that's what I had as well. So I've got all the orange, lime, and black beet bits now, which is super awesome.
So I'm with. Oh, go ahead.
And then on my other tile, I think I'm still missing one teal, quite a few yellow, and a couple of pink ones, magenta. But in their place, I've got plain grey 2x2 circle tiles.
My video is having problems. I'm gonna shut those things down. I'm gonna shut that down. I think I've got too many things open.
But Ben's having technical difficulties while I'm getting very excited about Michaela's organization.
I can hear it. I can hear it. I think my videos are all fried. I'm gonna refresh my page and see if I drop everybody, I apologize, but I think it'll try to reconnect. So hang on.
Just do what you've got to do. We'll just hold our own.
We'll be around.
Exactly.
Are we there? Hello.
There we go.
There.
Okay.
There we go. You're back.
I'm back. Hooray.
Welcome back.
I am glad that it just kind of picks up where it left off. That's nice.
Yeah.
Because if this was OBS, it would have just said, no, you might as well just sell your computer and set fire to your house. Thanks. Helpful.
Doesn't sound terribly far off.
No. And then the Discord server support group or whatever is equally as helpful. 4 days after you put in a thing saying, hey, I need some help with something, somebody goes, yeah, it's probably just your computer. And you're like, okay. Well, glad that I stopped by. This is turning into some wicked snob building. Look at that whole panel. Look at that.
Oh.
Look at all them brackets.
Nice.
So I completely lost all chat.
Okay, but why?
Well, because I restarted the page.
Sorry, not you. I'm in the coloring phase right now, and it refused to color one of the tiles, even though it claimed it had done it.
Oh, Studio lately is getting real weird. Like, it copies pieces I don't want copied, and it won't move pieces that I need moved, and it's just. I think they may have suffered a job like I think a lot of people may have left when Lego took over. Because I think some of the roadmap stuff was put off, and some of the stuff I felt was going to be featured just never made it, and I don't know. Whatevs.
Oh, Jerry's saying the only Winter Village sets that they're missing is the train station and the Elf Clubhouse.
The train section and the what?
And the Elf Clubhouse.
Wow. That's quite a few of those sets, man.
Yeah. Oh, where's my picture? Okay.
Well, Ruth, you're a trooper because I didn't think you were going to last this long.
Oh, really? Yeah, no, I'm very
Because it's
much
Wednesday there now, right? I mean, you guys are so far ahead.
Yeah, it's, we're coming into the midweek. But I am very much a little night owl, so I do actually prefer being up later than earlier, to be honest.
Perfect. I am that rare creature that is called a morning person.
Yeah.
I do like staying up if I'm like playing a game or I'm really wrapped up in a book that I'm reading or something.
Yeah.
But if I like, it's like 5:36 and I'm like, nope, I'm awake. Let's go do stuff. Not like I'm awake, I'm mad. Let's lay in bed and try to fall back to sleep. It's like I have to get up and do something.
Yeah.
And Beth hates me.
Yeah. If you tried to wake me up at 5:30, 6 o'clock, I would be very grumpy.
I think most people would. I don't think that's a natural thing.
I genuinely don't believe that morning people exist.
Spoken by a true night owl.
I was going to say, if it's any indication, Kodiak, I haven't set my alarm for like a year and a half.
See, I don't.
Yeah.
My body just goes, hey,
believe
you're
you.
awake. I'm like, yeah, all right. I guess I'm up.
No.
I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that I'm a coffee-fueled disaster. But anytime someone's like, "Yeah, I get up around 6," I'm like, "How?"
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I think it comes from the fact that a lot of people have this, so I don't know if this is necessarily the excuse, but I feel like I've been a working person. I mean, you go to school, you got to get up early. And then after school was over, I went right into, there was college, but I still had to get a job. And so I felt like I was always getting up at about 6 o'clock, no matter what. And so I think it's just my circadian rhythm is now just stuck like that.
Yeah, like, I mean, I must admit, I have had quite a few morning occupations. So I did do breakfast room service at a hotel for quite a few years.
Mm-hmm.
I even was a lab tech at one of the hospitals here where I had to start at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. But I think that, again, since working from home, it's just been a lot nicer to wake up naturally at like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. And then if I'm up a bit later streaming or whatever, then it's like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Oh, look at that piece. Look how nice that is.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's just a little medium nougat curved panel with like raised corners. I've never seen that. I am so excited to get this.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh, Brad's also a morning person. He's up before their alarm.
So it helps that I have 2 dogs, and they always whimper and whine starting about 5:30, and the cat's always standing on my face because I haven't fed him in enough time.
Yeah.
In a timely manner. He's like, hey, yo, it's 5:30, and I noticed my food dish is empty. And I'm like, yeah, and I've noticed you're 16 pounds, you bowling ball. Get off me. Why don't you go for a run around the block, you fatty? So that helps. Also having kids who needed to be up for school, that helps.
Yeah.
But yeah, during the pandemic, because I didn't have to get up to get to the office, I just had to march 20 feet to a computer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was like, what does it matter if I get up in time? I'm going to be on the computer in my underwear. It doesn't matter, you know?
Right.
So, you know, I was like, I stopped turning my alarm off. Beth has her alarm that she's got one of those iPhone alarm lists that's like 15 alarms, and she just, every one of them goes off. I'm like, just get up on the first alarm. Well, that's not my process. I'm like, oh, geez. Well, your process is waking me up every morning.
Oh, dear.
She also has narcolepsy, so she falls asleep really easily, but doesn't get good sleep. So,
Oh no.
yeah. So I give her a little leeway with her process.
Yeah.
She is a person who, if I just let sleep, she'll sleep till 11.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, I did all the dishes in the laundry, and I think I'm going to go mow now. She's like, what? And I'm like, sorry, wake up time. She's like, what? What's happening?
Yeah.
Stop it, you crazy person.
Yeah.
It's a Mario plate. Ah, that makes sense. It's a me, Mario plate.
Yeah, because I used to work for a company hanging Christmas lights. Riveting job, I know. And at one point, I had to be in at like 4.
Oh,
And I was just not feeling it.
yeah.
And
I had a UPS job like that.
Not quite my manager, but the guy like directly below my manager comes springing in, and I'm there with like my thermos of coffee and just miserable.
Yeah.
And he walks in all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Like, but morning, Dave. How you doing? And I just kind of slowly glanced up at him.
Mm-hmm.
I remember muttering something to the effect of, "I wish I could muster the energy to kill you." And I told him later, I was like, I hope you know that was a joke. He's like, oh, I took it in stride. I'm like, good. You kind of have to do that with me sometimes.
Yeah. Especially first thing in the morning. And then Volta's saying that he's a morning person as well. Oh my gosh. Kodiak, I think you and I are outnumbered in this game.
And that may be the case.
Weird.
I just my theory is something to the effect of like I don't think that anybody like is excited to get up.
Oh, for sure. Like, I will get up and start doing stuff, but I'd rather my body give me another hour of sleep. Like, I'm not jazzed to be awake. That's not really the thing. It's just that it's more like, well, I'm awake. I'm resigned to the fact that I'm no longer sleeping, so might as well go do something.
Right.
I think that's different from like typical, right, like you said, morning person excited about being awake. Ooh. Oh no. Okay. Those are just, I thought they were like funny tiles or something. Never mind. I got excited for nothing. Oh, Charles Nelson Riley over here. Yes.
Oh,
That's
cool.
what Charles
Horde Lover
Nelson
saying I'm with Kodiak. I'm a night owl. Yes, another one.
Hey!
Oh,
How you feeling, Horde Lover? I'm going to put your name on the list. Just Horde Lover is... No, that's not right. Horde
Oh.
Howdy, Josh.
Yeah, with stuff and
God.
feeling better.
God.
Kayla sent you a message.
Yep. I just had to go and grab my phone because I had to charge it.
What my phone is on silent, and I've been using it for time lapse. So the world could be ending right now, and I won't know about it until I'm done doing this.
You and me both.
Which is why every time I look at my phone and go, 48 messages. Who died?
Yeah.
You know. I have friends who are night owls who are like, they're up at 3 in the morning and then still get up at like 6 to go to work. I'm like, I can't.
Yeah. I kind of used to be able to sort of do that during the week, but then I'd probably end up having like a big sleep in on Saturday and Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Speaking of sleeping in, what are you doing, puppers? Just taking a big old nap. All right.
These aren't available in orange?
I was able to get
What?
2 of the 3-in-1 casts. Oh, nice. I'm debating whether I want to get one of those or not. I'm on self-imposed Lego purchasing moratorium for a little bit because I am broke and I bought a bunch of stuff recently. So, and then I'm going to use my points to get the truck when it comes out.
No, that is not what I wanted.
Still technically waiting for or saving for a wedding, even though I don't know how that's going to happen, given everything.
Sure.
Oh, that is super satisfying. So little cabinets, Greek, a little fridge in there, Merc, and then this is going to be in front of something else, I'm guessing. You got the UCS A-Wing. That's a fun build. That's a really good. I enjoyed that mostly because of the way they were able to make the shapes. Because the A-Wing is basically like one solid, really tight shape. And it's hard to do with smaller bricks at a certain size, but they were able to get it really well done, I feel. So I hope you enjoy that build. I'll be back after you're still going. Okay, we'll see. I mean, we're coming up on 3.5 hours now, which just seems ridiculous. Doing okay, I think.
Yeah, I'm here.
So far, chair's not too uncomfortable. Company's
on a couch, so we're good.
Company's good. I'm on the couch. I'm kind of jonesing to go play some more Mass Effect.
It's a good game. I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, even for it, the graphics are a little dated.
Sure.
I get that, right? It came out in 2007 or something, so I mean, it's still going to be a little older.
Right.
But the story is intriguing, and some of the action is pretty good, and yeah, I'm having fun with it. I finally got my first you have to make a choice romance thing, so that was fun. They're like, you got to choose, and I'm like, do I? I'm like, yes. I'm like, okay. Well, that's stupid. So of course, I chose the alien girl instead of the human girl.
Sure.
Which I think immediately backfired because she's like, no, it's not about a sexual thing. It's all very spiritual with my species. And I'm like, crap. Can I go back to a save point?
Tolly. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I saved it and I threw down my controller and I went and I kind of pouted at Beth. She's like, what's wrong? I'm like, I choose the stupid hippie alien girl. And she's like, what are you talking about? Like, I was going to get all romancy on the video game. And she's like, huh? I'm like, you know how you can kind of like romance a character on a video game? She's like, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm like, oh, well, God. Well, let me tell you about video games the past 10 years.
Yeah,
you know?
Guess I'm swimming alone.
Yeah. Oh. It's like, yeah, of course I picked the one who's like, no, it's all about the journey. No, it's not. They wouldn't have animated you that way if it was about the journey, girl. Come on. No. But yeah, I like the world building and the aliens, and I like the openness of the universe where you can like travel anywhere.
Yeah.
The different game modes, you can be in a little truck, you can be walking around on the planet. It's
the Mako.
Really good.
Have you played 2 and 3, or is it just 1?
No, this is it. This is the first time I've seen any of it.
Okay, so I will tell you, not spoilers necessarily, but you know how overpowered the Mako is?
Oh yeah, it very much is.
Enjoy it while it lasts, because they absolutely ruin it for the following games.
Did they nerf the crap out of it?
Oh, you wouldn't believe. To a point where it's kind of sad.
Aw. Okay.
Yeah, enjoy how powerful it is in the first game, because that's all.
I mean,
that's all you're gonna get.
I'm not even like, it's from a distance too. Like something shoots at you and you're just, okay, first of all, you can slide out of the way, rocket goes by. And then like you can just barely line them up and you're like, and you see the little score light up. I'm like, oh, I guess they're dead. I didn't even see what it was, but now I have experience points for it. It also gets, I mean, it can get worked pretty easily. Like if I hung in one of those next to not a behemoth, but one of the Geth juggernauts or whatever large things are, like you can absolutely get worked.
Oh, totally.
I think the worst of it I had was there's one of those missions where you have to go investigate a thing. So you drive up and you can only go so far and you get out and then like you're attacked by a juggernaut or whatever. And then a bunch of regular Geth troops and then those spider monkey Geth troops that are like jumping around all over the place.
Yeah.
And like I got pinned down and like wiped out immediately. Like I'm like, I don't even know what, half the time I don't know what I'm doing. I've forgotten all my squad commands. I don't use squad commands at all. But I started going, okay, radial menu, do your special move, radial menu, do your special move. And it started working out. But after a while, I'm hiding in a corner with my teammates, waiting for one guy to come around the corner and then kill him. And then waiting for another guy to come and kill him. Because there's no like run and gun type of thing. You just get wiped out.
Right.
Okay, so that goes in there. Good deal. But yeah, it's fun. It's a good story so far. It's a good balance of side missions and, you know, this isn't your main quest, but you can do it if you want.
Yeah.
Honestly, one of the high points is just going to different planets and them telling you what the composition of each planet is. I'm like, oh, look, argon, carbon, atmosphere. That's pretty cool, you know.
Yeah.
It's tidally locked. Oh, interesting, you know.
Personally, I love the little detail too, where when you're flying close to Earth, it will tell you when you read the description to keep your keep your shield on.
I don't remember that.
So it tells you to keep your shield on because of Kessler syndrome, like all of the space debris from early. From like early space flight and stuff.
Yeah. Puncture in through your ship or whatever.
Yeah. So they tell you to keep your shields on.
I haven't gone back to Earth yet. I've gone to the moon for a mission.
Okay.
And then Novartis or whatever the home base kind of thing is.
Yeah, and you can actually find the original lunar lander.
Oh, really? If you go running around enough? That's fun.
Oh, the Winter Village train's complete. Yes, Jerry.
Hooray!
Yay!
We are talking about... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Pastor's asking what game you're talking about.
Yeah, we were talking about Mass Effect. So last week, or Thursday, I did a microfighter of the Normandy, which is the hero ship from that game, because I just downloaded it. And everyone's like, oh yeah, that's a fun one. You know, whatever. Yeah, I could go back and play that too. I'm like, no, not go back and play it. I've never played it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is it'll be a neat journey because you get 3 games and all the DLCs and everything. So it's going to be a good bit of gaming for a while.
Yeah, it's just a giant space opera.
Yep. Which is good. I needed some sort of opera kind of game to get away. I need to get away from Battlefront. I've been playing that non-stop for, I don't know, 5 years or whatever. But I'm grinding now for no reason. Like, there's nothing left to earn. So now I'm just playing it because I like Star Wars. And it's a GD beautiful game. It is really one of the most well-designed graphically games I've ever seen.
Sure.
There's still some bugs and there's still whatever, but it's just so pretty. I wish there was more modal play where you could be, a a sort of battle scenario where it's not just ground or it's not just air, where it's like, all right, go do this objective. Then once that, they did it in the original Battlefront where you could go do an objective and then now you're in a spaceship. And once that's done, you're back on the ground. And it's, you know, there's still different goals. That was always fun because you could work towards something. My speed of game is Pokemon. The card game or like the old Game Boy Advanced Pokemon? Old red and blue. Oh, that reminds me. I have to go out and do some Pokemon Go stuff or I lose my streak. I got to go catch a monster and spin a stop.
Yeah. Get it done.
That's another game where I'm like, I got to keep going or what? I don't know. Or stuff.
Stuff and things is always a good
Stuff and
reason
things and stuff.
to do stuff.
Pokemon Go on the smartphone. Well, now you sound like my mom. And my mom's a wonderful person. So I was never a real big Pokemon fan, but I did play it. I played Pokemon Red. And then that was about as far as I got into video games. And then I didn't play card games, but my son got into the card game. So I started playing with him. And when I learned the rules, I'm like, oh, so this is like Magic for children. And he's like, yeah, I guess I've never played Magic. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, let me tell you how to play Magic. It's the exact same mechanics. So then Pokemon Go came out, but I was playing the precursor to that game called Ingress, which is the same idea. You walk around.
Yeah, I remember hearing about Ingress.
Yeah, it's an alternate reality game. You go to locations called portals, and you hack them. You spin the stop. You get stuff. You use that stuff to make triangles. You know, you have a key that they link, whatever, and then in that triangle space, you get mind units. So the more and larger triangles you make, your side controls the game field. Sure. So it's just kind of a ongoing turf war. Right. So when Niantic then got the rights to do Pokemon Go, they basically turned all the portals into gyms and stops. So it was kind of preloaded into our gaming system. That doesn't look right at all. Wow, what did I do? Okay. Something is not right. So anyway, it was very easy to go, oh, well, it's the same places we always go. Now I'm just capturing monsters and doing whatever. Mm-hmm. But it's the same spirit of FOMO where you're just like, no, I got to get that new shiny. Oh, they're releasing this new guy. Oh, now I got to go do this. And blah, 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 blah.
What's up, Cadence? No.
Okay, now I'm confused. Why is this? Okay. Okay. So the way Lego flips things, I don't like, it's not intuitive to me. I'm always getting it backwards. Like I want to rotate it left to right, not forward and backwards.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think I messed that up.
No.
No, that's right. Okay. Okay. I will fumble through it with joy. I don't know what you're talking about, Michaela, but I'm glad you will fumble through with joy.
It's all we can do.
There we go. Oh, and here's yet another tile that I don't know where it went. Zoinks. It had to have gone in here somewhere.
Okay.
Yep, here it is. I think I'm subconsciously challenging myself to fix problems by leaving out pieces. That's a great handful of extra pieces right there.
Yeah, cool.
Yep. Bag 7 of 20. No, there's only 10. 11. So Root's going to bed. Koyak, what are you going to do the rest of the day?
Well, I've got the stream later. Then otherwise, yeah, that's pretty much it. That stream's gonna be starting around 5:30 my time.
Okay.
And we're gonna be playing Sonic Adventure 2,
Ah.
which I am not. It's very much a mixed bag of me looking forward to it.
Right. Real quick.
I'm gonna have some friends over. It's gonna be a good time. We'll make it a good time at the very least.
Yeah. If you're having fun, go for it.
Oh, sure. Okay, it's coming along. I don't know where it's going, but it's going.
Go.
I'm doing putting out a tweet real quick about the contest.
No worries.
Oh.
Look at all this pretty blue.
Oh. Oh, Ben, Horde Lover's asking you if you finished building Grogu.
Yes, I did. It was a fun build. I think this is almost close to actual size as we're ever going to get by any Lego model ever. Because, I mean, he's not much bigger than this, I think, in real life. But it's cool. It was his little posable head and his little droopy ears.
Oh, his ears are so adorable.
Yeah, it's very... I mean, it was kind of a weird... Because you're basically making a burlap sack around him.
Right.
So that was a little weird. But his head was a lot of fun. There's a lot of unique slopes and construction bits in there. He was a lot of fun to build. And he looks great next to R2. So
Yeah, cool.
now I need Yoda, right?
Right.
There's the slippery slope coming back.
Right. I
again.
got two of the busts too. I got a stormtrooper and a TIE pilot, and my son's like, "Well, now you need Darth Vader and the Scout Trooper, and I'm like, no, I don't need any of that. But
Yeah.
But yes, it was enjoyable build. Thank you very much for donating that to the channel. Trying to decide if I can justify going down to the store and getting some pick-a-brick, because they've got some dark tan, like the tall 4x4 by 3 slopes in dark tan.
Okay.
Which I could totally use for the Tatooine build that I'm never going to do.
Oh. I know, it's always the way though. I actually had to like say to myself, I can't start Hammer Mock until I finish up at least most of the mocks that I've got started. So
Yeah, you cut out a little bit. What was that?
I had to draw a line and just sort of go, I can't keep starting more mocks without at
Yeah.
least finishing some of the ones that I've gotten
Right.
started at least.
Right.
To try and avoid that whole thing of, but I could get those parts of this mock, which I'm planning in 3 years' time, which would be awesome.
Yeah, exactly. When that lug bulk order comes in, I will definitely be finishing this.
Yeah. No, it's just sort of like going, I can't keep, I have to at least try and finish some of the stuff that I've started before I
Yeah,
can start.
and you've got quite a few too.
Yeah, I've ended up with far too many on the go. But I'm getting through them, which is really exciting. So it's kind of worked.
I do like that a lot of people are they're doing mocks in sort of a, I think, ideal way that Lego would want you to do it, in that you get a set and then you're like, I can make it better.
Yeah.
Or I can combine it with something else and make like a bigger version of this or a smaller version of this. I think a lot of that's been showing up lately. I think it's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I was even talking to Lumberjack Josh a couple of weeks ago, and we were sort of saying it's interesting to be someone who's been into Lego for a really long time, and then obviously during lockdown to see so many new people come to the hobby, which is awesome. But it's also really exciting to see them sort of go, I've come to this hobby and look at all these great sets that I've built, and then go, mock build, and have sets explode. And it's just like, yes, welcome on the community.
Yeah, you don't have to build what's in the instructions if you don't want to. You can take those, throw them away, use the parts for whatever.
Yep.
I very much love the attitude that this community has.
In general?
Yeah, just like good people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah, there's very few people who are like mean-spirited or anything like that. It's all good.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's plenty of stuff flowing under the current that I'm not seeing, but in general, from what I've noted, it appears to me to be a very supportive and open, welcoming community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think but that's also where I just sort of go, I just don't want my hobby to turn into something dramatic.
Right.
So if you're going to be dramatic, just go over there in your little circle of dramatic friends and leave me out of it. I'm going to go over here with the happy people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still curious. Every once in a while something will pop up and I'm like, wait, what happened?
Yeah. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. And then after a while I'm like, oh God, that's so much energy. I don't care.
It's like, that's too much for me.
Does this impact my purchasing power? No. Is this going to keep me from making something? No.
But it's like I'm aware that I've done some really just genuinely cursed builds, but even at that, like people in the community have been supportive about it, and I'm just kind of, I guess, flabbergasted, to pick a word, by just kind of the reception.
Well, and one person's cursed is another person's complete genius.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like you may look at it and go, that's weird. Don't ever do that again. But somebody else might go, that I've never thought of combining that or using that way.
And I tried to channel a bit of that energy with the second stream that I did. Is like, you know what? I looked and it appears that no one else has done this. So let's see what I can do with it.
Mm-hmm. That's also my crutch when I'm trying to decide what to build next, mock-wise.
Yeah.
Has anyone done it already? And because the community is so broad and so diverse and has been around so long, that the answer is always yes. But have they posted it into a place where you can see it?
Right.
Because I will look and look and look and be like, okay, nobody's done a chronoplon yet, so I'm going to build an chronoplon.
Mm-hmm.
And then like 2 months into designing it, it pops up again somewhere. I'm like, dang it. Well, I won't be the first one to do this. Do I keep doing it because I'm having fun, or do I, to me, there's a lot of joy in being the first to have done something. So,
right.
But it also is a limiting thing of, you got to be really careful. Not, it's going to be out there. Don't be sad when you find it.
Well, this also comes to an interesting to me at least, discussion of hearing the notion of like, oh, they, so and so stole my build.
Mm-hmm.
And there are certain cases where, yes, it is very evident that is what took place. But other times, like we're all pulling from the same pool of bricks and samples and possibly inspirations. So at some point, say you're designing like the cockpit for an aircraft, like you're not necessarily stealing the design, you're just using the most optimal bricks to achieve your intended goal.
Yeah.
And I also think that it's really difficult to be able to filter down different builds that people have built in Lego, because it's things like, I'm not on Flickr, and I'm sure that there's fantastic Lego builds happening on Flickr that I'm just not aware of.
Right, exactly.
And so then it's sort of like, well, how am I supposed to credit inspiration and designers if I don't even know that that's what they've been doing?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I think, I do my best to sort of say this is who's inspired me to do this sort of stuff. And, even with like the Care Bears that I've got behind me, is that I really made sure that I was promoting the guy that came up with them. But I think he designed 6 or 8 of them, and I ended up with 15. But luckily he was really happy about that, and he was like, oh my god, it's so cool to see all the extras that you've done and all of those sorts of things, because again, I wanted to tag him on Instagram, and then when I did the video I was like, I've got to give him a shout out. But again, I just sort of go, I agree, like there's only sort of so many credits that you can offer someone before you're just like going, but I didn't even know that it existed, and I can't even like search into stuff to sort of go, Lego Alice in Wonderland, there's only the certain things that come up that I may have already seen and may have already been inspired by. So
right.
I can't do more than that. I don't know. It's 12:30 in the evening. I'm rambling a lot. I think you guys get my point.
We do.
From my understanding, this is, just a chat stream. It very much seemed to me to be like let's just ramble sort of thing.
Yeah, good.
That is hard to do though, because if it doesn't come up in a Google search or it's not on one of your the socials that you frequent a lot, it is hard to know if you're aping directly or if you're just attributing, or like Kodiak was saying, it's just, you know, there's only so many bricks that we've got. There's only so many chords that can be played.
Right. And, you know,
And they
because
just assemble in a different way.
when you're dealing with something like art, I feel like it can be very easy to just sort of, you know, line up whatever someone drew and go, oh yeah, they traced, like, you know, case closed.
Which I do all the time. Like if I see somebody's work, I'm like, especially if I'm following that person, I'm like, you suddenly had a giant leap in skill level. Let's go do a Google search on this thing. Sure enough, that's light boxed and you barely did anything. But go ahead.
No, and that's exactly where I'm coming from, is like you know, sometimes it's just exactly that, where, you know, in the art community, it's so easy to just overlay and call it good. Not so much with Lego, because we're all pulling from the same pool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And even things like scale as well. Like if you're building something from bigger scale, like that then puts also limitations on it too. Like, you know, so yeah. It's very, very, it's a lot easier to come up with similar concepts.
Yep.
And then, you know, even like the example that you gave as well, Kodiak, about a cockpit, you just sort of go, well, you know, it also depends on, you know, what other spaceships you've built and, you know, what other cockpits you've seen and, you know, what images you might have seen on Instagram or on YouTube or whatever, and sort of going, oh, yeah, that all looks kind of cool, but I want to, you know, tweak it like this and change it like that. And you just sort of go, but 2 changes out of a build isn't that many.
Right. That's sort of one of those things where you can sort of look at it and, you know, if you're stealing is sort of used bleakly there, but if you're referencing someone else's build for how to do the cockpit for your mock, then I don't think that's necessarily stealing. You know, I would argue that if you're changing it by more than 15%, then parity law is coming into play, and I think you're covered there. There's
also the intent. What are you going to do with it once you've changed it?
Intent is what is it? Mens rea versus the actus reus.
Yeah. I got a message on Rebrickable, and someone's like, "Hey, I ripped your TIE bomber." This is an example, but it's so big. It's so many pieces. I'm going to try to use like roughly the same design, but get some of the pieces down. If I do, I'll give you credit on when I list it. And I'm like, that sounds great. If you want, you know, I'm flattered that you're going to do this. And sure enough, they posted it, and they're like, it's still so big. And I'm like, no, I know it's a gargantuan, stupid piece. I'd rather cut it down by half. But the fact that they're like attributing it to somebody is kind of cool, because that's the intent, is I'm going to put it up here too and have people pay $1 or download it, whatever. I'm like, you do whatever, man. It's when you find it on a site that's selling it for $20, you're like, hey, it's the exact same model. You just stole it. So Ship of Theseus has entered the chat. Yep.
Mark
if
saying,
they replace enough of the brick, is it still the Futron monorail? If I 3D print all the tracks, is it still the Futron? Is it still set 6990?
Yeah. And I think, Mark, his macro saying, I've copied builds off pictures. I don't claim it to be my design. And I think that's the whole thing about intent, is like it's about giving credit and sort of saying, yeah, I saw this really cool thing and I'm so inspired. That's what I've done with it.
Yeah.
Whereas whereas if someone turns around and goes, yeah, I came up with this and now I'm selling it, that's different.
Yeah. I'll put other people's designs on Rebrickable, but I just have them up there because the person designed it, and then I got a photo of it and reverse engineered it, probably like Macro's talking about.
Yeah.
But they didn't. right? So they just took a photo of it, took it apart, they're done. They did it for a Euro Bricks contest or a Brothers Brick contest or something, and that's all they're going to do. But I'm like,
Pardon me.
maybe somebody else would want to build that because it was very cool. So I'd take the time
Yeah.
to take it all apart, make instructions for it.
Yep.
And I'm sure they're like, yeah, fine, that's great, do whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm not making any money off it. So it's more the homage to look at what you did was really great, and I want other people to notice that.
Yeah. But that's the intention, isn't it? Like, that's where I just sort of go, so much of it just comes back to what someone's intention is.
Mm-hmm.
And is it to cover up the fact that they've stolen a design, or is it to like shout it out and just sort of go, look at what this cool person did and look at how cool this design is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What is going on here? I don't know how that is.
And it's ultimately kind of tricky because that's sort of what I brainstormed whether or not I was gonna do a video on that, of like covering sort of, you know, using mathematics to a degree to sort of use that to calculate whether or not a build can be reasonably considered stolen.
Yeah.
And ultimately what I came down to is there's so much like niche and like leeway with just definitions alone
Mm-hmm.
that, you know, I don't think I could conquer this with any sort of reasonable authority. Not that I ever approach anything from that angle anyway. I think what I'm trying to say is I feel like it would just sort of be moot.
Yeah.
I know that's
Brad's
not,
back.
but no, that's never mind. Never mind.
Brad. All right, y'all. It's close enough to noon. Let's do a.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna put your name in here just in case, Kev. Glenn. You're probably not gonna win, but if you are, I'll donate it to charity. All right. So, can everybody see this? Okay.
Yeah. Looks
So
good.
this is the fun wheel. These are all the people who have been active on Twitch today. And again, this is because my Twitch channel got 100 followers. Yay. Simultaneous broadcasting. So what we'll do is I think we're going to take this off, clear the list, make sure I've got them back in here. I do. Okay, good. So this is going to take a name off. It should. Let me make sure. Results, entries. I wanted to make sure that this was right. Okay, we're going to shuffle it. We're going to shuffle it again. We're going to shuffle it again. Now, this should take the name off here. And then the last one standing will be the one who wins.
Okay.
So we got two Jerrys because, and this is a house rule, Jerry not only is in Twitch, but he also subscribed to the channel using his Prime subscription. So I gave him two.
What a guy.
So there you go. All right. So first one to be eliminated. There's even a fun sound. I don't know if anybody heard that.
I did.
Justin Peacelender, you're the first to leave. All right. So this should take it off.
Thanks for playing.
I think it doesn't. All right. So hang on. It should be removing them, and it's not. So that's the. All right. That's the issue. Hide. No. Entries. So let's clear this list again. Where is the more? I thought I had this all set up already. No, I don't want to spin it. Fun. See results. Clear list. Yeah, it should pull them off.
While Ben's struggling with his wheel of excitement, I'm just making a cactus pencil holder.
I actually wanted to pick that one up. How is that one?
It's cute. Look, it's so cute.
Oh, that's adorable.
So we get this, but then we also get enough parts to do like a little picture frame.
Okay.
So, you know, again, I really like this part though at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So it is white with like a little picture thing, which I think is kind of cool. I don't know how to put that into a mock, but there you go. And then I did finish off my lion keyring earlier. Yay. And then you also get like one of the dots bracelets, but the parts that I've used on this are actually from my collection, not from this particular box.
Okay.
Yeah. So you get a lot in this one. I think that it's kind of cool. And I quite like the colours of the parts and everything that we've got for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, this cactus guy is definitely my favourite.
Cool.
Nice.
All right.
Is that enough distraction to get your wheel of excitement?
I think so.
going?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking one for the team for that. I think this will work now. We're going to try this again. We're going to shuffle, 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 and spin. Let's see if it takes them off. Now it said take it off after 5 seconds, so we'll just spin and wait and see what happens. Oh, Jerry, it looks like one of yours is going to go away. So we'll see if that goes away. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Perfect.
Ooh.
Nice.
All right. So now we're going to shuffle again. 1, 2, 3. And we spin again. And Glenn. Sorry to see you go, Glenn.
Oh, well.
But Glenn has 6 copies of this one, so he doesn't
No.
take another one.
Yeah.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Everybody hydrate.
Nope.
Oh, Brad's live. So sad. Thanks for being here, though, Brad. All right. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Oh, I wish I had more sets to do this with. This is fun.
Yeah.
I like giving people Lego. Oh, Joshua M. Gay, I'm sorry to see you go, but thanks for being here. I didn't recognize your name at first. Thanks for the Snot OK raid earlier.
Yep.
Oh, my buddy Aaron.
Yeah.
Sorry, Aaron, you're just going to have to go buy it.
Oh.
Shuffle, shuffle,
You
shuffle.
lose. Good day,
Down
sir.
to the final
Yeah.
seat. Down to the final
I
seat.
said good day. Oh, Michaela out.
No.
But definitely get this set if you want, Aaron. This is a good set. The VW bus. Shuffle down to 5 people. Who? Oh, that's really lopsided on that blue side there. Oh, Justin P. Slutter, I'm sorry to see you go.
Oof.
But thanks for being here in the stream. That was awful nice of you to be here.
Final
It's times like this
four.
where I wish I had a soundboard so I could hook up the Lego Star Wars Yoda death sound.
Oh, that'd be perfect. Oh, that's another game I can't wait till it comes out next spring. Oh, OTR2D2. Original Trilogy R2D2. I think that's what it was. Out. Don't think I need to shuffle after this one, but we'll see. Got 3 left. Who will it be? Not Diamond Girl Forever. No. No. Mama Lego. All right, so it's between Jerry514 and Horde Lover. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna
Jerry's
be?
double entries paid off.
Yeah.
Down to
Well, I
the
mean,
final two.
oh, does it? Does it? Does it? No. Give me 2 entries. Oh.
Oh.
I personally hope Jerry wins.
Jerry.
Horde Lover, you're the winner.
Sorry to laugh, but that is
No, that was
pretty
good.
funny.
It was very close. It was very fun. Thanks everybody for being here and 100 subscribers on the channel. So that was very cool. Horde Lover. I know it was a name. Was it one that I knew? I'm gonna have to find out who Horde Lover is. So if you're Horde Lover on Twitch, let me know and you will get this set. So I'll keep on the lookout for that. And let's go back to building, shall we?
Slightly off center. All right. I don't know if it's gonna just absolutely destroy my connection if I start rendering.
It probably will.
Probably. I'm gonna go ahead and go on medium.
I can't do anything when I'm rendering, even on this beefy new machine that I got. Yeah, so Horde Lover. I feel like Horde Lover was somebody that was on YouTube that popped over here. And now I can't remember. I wonder if it's in the... You know what? Let me open Discord.
But it did. Anyway, I'm going to start this render and take a render. I'm going to start this render.
You want to try that again?
I will.
Okay.
I'm going to start this render, then I'll take a bio break. So I will be right back.
Sounds good.
Excellent.
We will be here. Horde Lover. Yeah, they're in here. I'm excited for Lego Star Wars Saga, even though it's like 3 years late. Oh, it's Josh. But I can give it to somebody else. You know what? I tell you what, since Jerry was second to last, we'll do that. Does that sound fair to everybody?
And I jinxed Jerry. That was my fault completely for jinxing him. I've got the worst
How did you
luck.
jinx him?
Because I said he was down to the final two and he's in with a really good chance, and then the wheel spun and I was like, oh no, my bad luck has just morphed over to poor Jerry.
Oh no, I'm sure it's fine. But thank you, Josh, for donating it. Oh yeah. Jerry's like, it's fine. I got the Amelia yesterday. You guys, come on. You're killing me.
Accept the prize.
Well, Josh, do you have this? You have two. Okay. Okay, Jerry, I'm going to mail it to you. Just give me your address and you can do with it whatever you want. How's that? Because I already have a couple. I don't need more. But I'm going back to building now, so let's do that.
Yeah.
Because I still have time lapse to go. I don't know how much longer I'm going to last because this is now 4 hours.
Yeah, I think once I've finished my cactus. Never thought I was going to say that. Once I finish my cactus, then I'll probably head off to bed.
Yeah. I may wait a bit until Kodiak's render is done, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I don't mind doing 4 hours and then maybe another 4 hours. I don't think I'm going to be streaming this Thursday, though, sad face. I think there's going to be a football game, which means the band is going to be there this Thursday. So I'll have to take that day off.
Yeah.
Maybe do a makeup on Friday or something.
Oh.
Yes, yes. I love Lego engine bits. When they start building their motors and stuff, it's always fun.
No. Oops.
Yeah, you can message me on Twitch or Instagram or whatever you want to do. Whatever's easiest for you. You just put it in the chat now. I'm sure nobody will dox you if you put stuff in the chat now. We're all good people. I wouldn't. Don't do that. Ah, okay. I was like, what? That piece doesn't go there. Only 4 hours? Come on, Ben. Hey, Glenn. I notice you're not in here with me doing this. You're just watching from your couch. Oh, this is a new piece for me. It is a Technic pin, but it's got a reverse stud on the other side.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, look at that. So it sits like that.
Interesting.
Isn't that weird? And it's a weird green color too. I don't think I've seen too much.
A little bit of teal.
Technic green.
Huh.
That's very cool. And of course, it's going to be buried in the engine.
How's my audio?
It's good. Sounds good.
Okay. Weird.
I'm waiting for Glenn to pop in the chat and say, well, that piece came from this thing. It's been out for 4 years. Because he always does that. Because I'm a Lego noob. I feel like no matter how long I've been doing this, there's always somebody who seems to know more about it.
I know.
Nope, that piece is new to the camper. Neat.
Gonna be a bit of mic feedback.
Cool.
Real quick. I just want to see if I can do something.
You haven't got the camper van yet, Glenn?
Can you say hi, Han?
It's been a whole month.
Yeah. Tell me what's up, dude.
His voice changes when he talks to the cats.
Yeah.
Oh, you bet your ass it does. You can't talk to pets in a normal voice. It's impossible.
No.
Oh yeah, when I'm talking to Aggie, it's just like, "You little monster, come here, little monster, your little face."
That's why I love that XKCD that talks about like your intelligence as like a line graph when in proximity to a cat.
You send me a message through Twitch. I will go look it up. I has message. Nope. Shush your face.
Stop that.
Got it. Cool. Thanks, Jerry. I will have this in the mail. Toot sweet.
And congrats on
or
100 followers, man. That's a solid achievement.
What's that?
Congrats on 100 followers. It's a solid achievement.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it kind of shocked me. Actually, you know who put it over the top was Michaela.
Oh,
There you go.
She was the 100th subscriber. I was like, well, that is really kind of cool. What does this say? Oh, it says Volkswagen. Volkswagen, the people's car. I didn't put that together until when I was a Boy Scout. We went on a Volks march. And I was like, what does that mean? And they're like, it's a walk of people or something. And I'm like, oh, what does Volkswagen mean? And they're like, the people's car. I'm like, oh, I know German now. You know, I'm all of 8.
Verstehe du Deutsch? Ja.
Yeah. Ich bin ein Berliner, which means I am a donut. I never understood that. So that is Ich bin Berliner means I am a Berliner.
So
But Ich bin ein Berliner means I am a donut.
So more specifically, I have family members who've went on missions to Germany and are fluent, and you know we love that Eddie Izzard bit, but they explained to me that in context, like he said it correctly,
Right.
Like the crowd understood what he meant.
Well, it's 80% how you look.
Right.
Yeah.
Is how you say it. But yes, if you're looking at it in like grammatical German, then technically, since he specified ein, that
A.
does make it a jelly donut.
Yeah. Or like a Danish. You'd say a Danish. A Berliner is a pastry. That was funny. I love him so much. I've been trying to get Beth to watch his stuff for years.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't seem to find a good time to do it because she doesn't want to watch anything that I want to watch. But I'm constantly watching true crime shows with her. I'm like, this is not equitable, man. You're lacking on the anime and science fiction. sides of things, but you got to get the Eddie Izzard in there. But I'm always like trying to get her to watch it as we're going somewhere. I'm like, hey, we got 10 minutes. You want to watch Glorious? And she's like, no, we're getting ready to go. But you have to watch it. You know
That
what all
sounds
my
like a you problem.
Yeah. So you know what all my references are when I'm making jokes, because it has to be Eddie Izzard now, because it was Bill Cosby, and I can't do Bill Cosby anymore, so now it's all Eddie Izzard.
Right.
This piece is also new with the camper. Nope. I want to actually click on it.
I got you.
Are you in the chat?
Oh, what? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, hang on.
Wow, something happened.
Do the thing. Oh, right, I'm rendering.
There we go.
There it is.
Oh, yeah. I was talking about that piece earlier, Glenn. I'm very happy about that piece because that will help me do a lot of microfighters.
Oh, fine, be that way. Screen.
Where I'm trying to get wings without it pushing way out. Like, because I want those bars on either side of it, but that's going to be amazing.
See, and this comes back to that interesting question I had earlier where, like, at what point in the design process for new Lego sets are the Lego architects allowed to go, hey, we need an entirely new brick?
Yeah, I would love to be in those meetings. Because that always, it's almost like we can release a new one every, we've got we can set aside money for a new mold, or, it absolutely needs this. Like they go through the design and say, we're sorry, we tried every other possibility to get this to work. We just need this to be done like this. And they go, okay, I guess we'll do a new mold for it.
Or part of me wonders if it almost happens in reverse, where there's a design team just for bricks that's entirely separate from the guys designing sets, and they go, hey, this would be a cool piece. Yeah. And they then hand that to the design team and go, incorporate this into something.
Right. This is a new piece, flagship it in the new camper van somehow.
Right.
There's been demand. We focus grouped this. There's been a committee.
And we're going to make it green.
We're going to make it weirdly green. Yeah.
Yep. We tested it on animals. It didn't fit.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not going to say anything about that.
No, more referencing the Top Gear merch. Where, on the little label tag, it'll say something to the effect of these products were tested on animals, they didn't fit.
That's cute.
Right, there's my cactus done, gang.
Yay!
Cactus.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh man, that's adorable. It's a good thing it's been built on Adora builds.
I know. I had to.
That's such a great green color too.
Yeah, it's really I really think that it's kind of cute. It when it is, it's super super adorable.
Yeah. Right on, right on.
And then I'm weirdly impressed with my rocket still as well.
Yeah, that rocket's really great.
But I'm going, I don't know how many pencil holders I actually need, especially that are in weird Lego shape.
You should find out how many pencils you have first, and then go from there.
Yeah, there's a whole pencil system over here.
Fair enough.
So it is after 1 o'clock in the morning here, and I am thinking that I do need a snack before bed. So I am going to have to love to leave you.
Yeah. Well, this was
thanks
fun.
for joining. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was so much cool. It was so much fun. Thanks so much for sending through the link and all of that type of stuff, Ben. And hopefully I'll be able to catch some of your streams earlier on. And Kodiak, I'm just very curious about finding out more about you. Written books, you
Tra-
build Lego, you're like
Tra-
all over
Tra-
it. Like, it's just awesome. So hopefully we can catch up in chats and streams again.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
then,
So,
like I
yeah.
say in the intro of all of my videos, howdy, I'm Kodiak Bricks, and I make stuff. Not always exclusive to Lego, so
All stuff, yeah.
I do stuff, yes.
Yeah, which is cool. So yeah. Take care, guys.
Well,
Take care of
pleasure.
yourself. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you on streams and stuff.
Yeah.
See you later.
See you all around. See you, chat. Bye, everyone.
Bye. That was delightful. I'm really glad she was able to come by.
Indeed.
It was kind of fun because we really haven't talked a whole lot before. And just recently we started doing like interacting, and I would go on her channel and just be in chat the whole time. So it's really cool to kind of hang out with her. She's just a delightful person.
Yeah, and I've seen them around. But yeah, it's not nice to put a name or a face to the name.
Exactly. How far down does that go without breaking?
I am, again, stunned that this thing is rendering and allowing like an internet connection to happen at the same time.
Dude, I can't even get just studio and YouTube to work at the same time. Like, I'll be like, well, I want to watch all the subscriptions.
That's also why I'm shocked.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. This didn't stay together very well. It seems a little dodgy, but okay. Oh, well, definitely missing a big piece there.
Oops.
Where does that go?
Well, deuces, Mama Lego. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks for being here. Sorry you didn't win, but maybe if I get more sets, we'll do like duplicate sets. We'll do something like this again. Thank you for being here, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday in lovely Toronto.
Indeed.
I'll be back probably not Thursday. Normally I do Thursday nights, but I think this time, since there's a band thing Thursday night, I'll probably be back a different time. Maybe Wednesday, maybe Friday, but normally Sunday morning, Thursday night. So I hope to see you back. Thanks for being here.
There you go.
I think I might be done. Let me see where's this extra tile is supposed to go, because, oh yeah, it's supposed to go there. Because my butt is starting to hurt. And I think getting through 7 bags out of 10 or 11 was probably pretty good.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was going to go for 8 hours, but okay, if you're going to be a pill about it. Wow, just fine. Don't go on. There we go. Oh man. Okay.
It worked.
The rendering?
No, the so hang on. Follow. There you go. Sorry, so the search thing on Twitch doesn't usually work for me.
Uh-huh.
So what I usually end up having to do is type in twitch.tv/whatever the username is, and that
Right.
will that gets more hits than the search.
Right. Oh, I'm gonna stop that. Oh my goodness. Okay.
As far as the render, I'm liking how it's turning out though.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up. That looks really nice. Very cool. Is it Egyptian?
I don't know. I kind of just let it flow and painted stuff the way I wanted to. Made a little like sigil up there at the top, and yeah, just kind of made it. I don't know.
It's nice. I like it. And yes, Glenn, I am butthurt. Looks like I need more Twitch subs. Sorry, Jerry. If I can get, so I usually don't get duplicates of stuff, but if for some reason I do, or maybe I'll just get a bunch of little $20 sets or something like that. I definitely see doing more giveaway things like that.
Yeah.
That was fun. So yeah, I think I'm done. I'm ready to go do other things. So Kodiak, thanks for being on.
Hey, thanks for having me. This is delightful as always.
Thanks to everybody in chat. Thanks for everybody for getting 100 followers on Twitch. And for those of you on YouTube, thanks for being here as well. Yeah. And I will put out something either on Instagram or Twitter or something about when I'm coming on next. If no plans may show up for Wednesday, maybe Friday. I don't know, but we'll see. But all right. Well, take care, everybody.
Cheers. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your Sunday.
Likewise.
Bye.